Hello there, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Saturday, the 8th of April 2023, and we're back to Factorio today, to the modded factory we've been working on for a very long time here. And the short-term objective that we're working on currently to get vulcanite supply like steady and consistent and a good size and everything to allow us more efficient roads forward, and as well as just needing it in general for scientific progression and stuff like that. We know where we're going to get it from, but we need to set up a interplanetary logistical system that can handle getting it back to us and supplying to that planet what's needed in order to mine it in the first place and all the elements involved there. We started working on that in earnest in the last session. Mass production of cargo rocket sections didn't work out ideally, not like the most compact and efficient setup, but we got something. We've got rocket sections being manufactured constantly and consistently, so we can carry on. Today's objectives would be get rocket capsules being made in the same fashion, some complexity there in the logistics of them, getting them like reused and recycled effectively. Can't quite put it together in my mind, but we'll see when we get to that point. First we just set up the production of new ones, and we'll need to make a bunch to kind of buffer the system around of it. When they're made, we'll have all of the components necessary to make cargo rockets, and we will then set up the kind of like launch pads and landing pads initially on the starting planet, so launching materials to the other planet and receiving back we'll be sending out the rocket components and barrels of water, so we'll be receiving back empty barrels and the vulcanite itself, and potentially any overflow of rocket components as well, where they get too many of them. There's a bit of complexity in that as well that we'll have to consider how we're going to manage that without kind of like wasting resources. We'll hammer through it over this session, probably next session as well. I imagine pretty soon we will be flying over to Hephaestus, the planet with all the vulcanite. Not sure if it'll be today. Could be next session that we actually get that journey done and start then going back and forth, getting things set up properly and into place before we can just kind of leave it to it. But definitely getting closer than we were a few sessions ago, a few dozen hours ago. Let's hop into the game. Let's unpause and continue with the building of the capsule production. It's going to be quite small here, but we have just kind of started. We've got green chips being made, so we can check the plan. We want to turn all of them into red chips, so we've got 7 machines making components and then 14 making red chips. Pretty sure with how little everything is, we can just spread everything out, keep it all neat and tidy. Much less compact than the last thing was, which ended up being a little unnecessary, but still probably worth it. So it's going to make the components in those machines, and 14 making the reds. Could probably go just here. So that's 7. So that'll be 14. We've got 2 belts that come in here in the usual way, and then they'll go out on that side. Pretty sure everything here is like less than a belt, other than the cable. Okay, the cable going in there, which we've already done. So these are all less than half a belt as well, and that is less as well. Okay, so we can 2 belts in, nice and simple. This one out. We've got all of the cabling. Yeah, we're going to use there, so the rest of it and the greens here can actually be combined at that point and brought down to there, and then this one can just turn around and head back up, and that'll have in and out on the long handled. Head on to whatever the next thing is. Those belts right, get these set up properly. And the reds out are also very little. Should be fine, should be able to just copy all of that. all of these machines. And then we just want that much carry on. Copy the right amount. There we go. That ends there. That there. I've run out of inserters. Interesting. Cut that off where they're not needed. Should be good. Okay, so we'll just need to deal with those materials being input there, which that's going to be a shared belt, so that'll probably go in there just to spread everything out a bit, make it easy to pull it off. Let's go get inserters so we can keep building. Anything else we need while we're over there? Everything else seems kind of okay. More belt wouldn't kill us. Probably going to use quite a bit more just to finish this off. These splitters, maybe. We'll just grab a stack or something. Where there's inserters. A whole bunch of them. And head up to our spares corner. Grab some red ones. Just like, yeah, an extra stack or two of splitters. Maybe an extra stack of underground too, while we're here. And then a whole bunch of belt. As much as we can carry, I guess. Keep it producing. There is still a shortage of steel, significant shortage of steel, but holding things back. I am hoping we can still complete the whole picture and then get the Vulcanite supported steel production to fix everything ultimately. We'll see. Okay, yeah, robots get them finished. Then the reds are done. So now we just need to make the batteries, which is 4 making acid and 34 making the batteries themselves. So how we did that over here, can we do 4 and 34? Yes, although that could be unnecessary. Could do them all in one long line, maybe. Oh, or we just do it like this. I haven't necessarily grabbed it neatly, but I have grabbed it. Would that work? I'm missing something. Possibly. Yeah, so we need to go down. That's the sulfur input, so I'm missing the back inputs. Don't know why the inserters were missing if I got the pipe though. That's fine, that's essentially that lot. To go there. Kind of. That needs to connect like that. So just a little different. I need more chemical plants, didn't think ahead of that. Forgot what we were making next, obviously. That's okay. So that needs its sulfur input. That's the shared belt of iron and copper, which we need another one of them here. And that doesn't need to go quite so far, though that's the battery output. I guess we could long handle these out of the back and share that belt. It's a pretty slow recipe from what I remember. Can't tell because I don't have that. Yeah, it is. I don't know, saves us a bit. Could we do the same on the inputs? Not really, because of the space from the pipe, so that's okay. That'll all still be there. But we could output them there. Don't stand to gain much from doing it. Saves us using some belt, I guess, but that's neither here nor there. think that's fine. Is everything here plugged in properly? Looks fine. It's probably very unnecessary to have all that for just the 2 lines, 2 short ones as well. No big deal though. Did I set these correctly? Looks like they're all good. So we need to get some chemical plants. And then let's send these up. Over the top where there's a gap. Going down there, so we've got reds and we've got batteries. Which, can we join them? Are all the reds outputting to the same, yeah, outputting to the far, which we don't want. If we output them all to the near, we can create a shared belt of red circuits and batteries. There. And then we're going to add glass and iron plate to 40 machines making rocket control units. 40 in one long line would be a bit overkill, I think, considering the size of everything else we're doing here. Which maybe we should have squished it more, but no big deal. So I think 2 rows of 20 would be best. Which can fit there. What's that? That's 9, so that's 10. For once I'll set the recipe before moving it. Copy that lot. And then copy that lot. And maybe 4 in and out. So is any of that... Like, none of these numbers are big enough to concern ourselves with. Glass, iron. Just gonna have 2 shared belts down the middle, I guess. Just speed on everything. Makes most sense for the output to be on long-handled sometimes. That'll be there. There'll be inputs, and then along the outside will be inputs as well. Make sure they're set properly. They could go onto just one side of the belt, but we'll balance it with other stuff in a further down. Probably going to go this way with it though. Probably. That's the output one, yeah, and that's the input one, so that I guess can go in here and then in there. No priority, split it evenly. Then we'll have iron and glass in there, and the output can run down here, I guess. For now, we'll see if that's okay. That lot there can be copy pasted. If I get it in the right spot. There. Cancel those last little bits that we don't need. Good. If we go get those chemical plants, then we can plug this much in. Get the rocket control units being made. It's all good on that front. So step after that is to make some solar panels. Just a few. Okay. Fine. Where is my little corner of stuff? Over to the right one, yep. Chemical plants. There they are. I didn't actually remember in my head how many I need. About 30 and a bit. Let's take 40 just to be safe. But maybe we need a couple more at some point, don't know. Shouldn't think so. The elements involved are actually quite simple, relatively low tech compared to, you know, other stuff we have made in the past. I did note this earlier as well. The meteorite defense is going to be needed on the other planet, which means we need to kind of move that so that it can be transported. It's not necessarily a priority though. Okay. kind of want to do what we did the other time and pull off once and then split. A bit awkward with this here, but if we were to do that, we could go there. No, up one. Send that under. That's not really any good. Differently then. There. Bring the iron and the copper over. Split it there. Send that one under there. And this one through there. Can't really do the same with the sulfur. Well, we can. It's just a little ugly. So we send that under, put it there would be okay. Send that forward one more. Bring the sulfur to there. Then go under, onto there, and one to there. Sure. Hopefully. It's very messy, isn't it? There we go. We'll live. That lot can't be done. Let's bring the bus all the way down. And then that is the first, which is for copper. Oh, which is not all of those, is it? Don't get carried away. Just 2 lines, I believe. Yep. That's there. Then we've got stone brick coming in here, which is the outside one. Set that up. Bring everything else forward. I guess we haven't put all those belts in because nothing's appearing down here. Next thing is glass to there. Then we've got the silicon and the plastic. Join all of those up. And I'll go and bring that. That's all good. Next thing down here, the iron and the copper. There's copper. There's iron. Been done properly as well. Join that second line up. Okay, both shared belts there, which I assume is okay. Actually, I should have double checked the intake there. Yeah, it's more than enough. That is then the sulfur. Under there. And then split between them. Good. And then down here, iron and glass are needed. There's the iron. Quite right there. There's the glass. Should be everything. Let's bring all the lines forward and give it a little bit of time to kick in, and then we'll see if I've missed anything, got anything wrong. Just the copper to go forward. You are using a lot of belt. Oh well. Not got any complete ones, so what are we missing? We have not got the outputs set properly on here. Potentially the inputs on some of them. A bit weird, but there we go. That's making them okay. That's making them okay now. That all looks fine. You know, as far as I can tell with a glance. Where's it coming out? We're not getting... Oh, we're not got the water plugged in. Of course. That will be needed. Run this up to the puddle in the corner. Have I got one on me? Yep. There's the water. Which means there's acid there, but the water needs connecting down here, which didn't see that, so that's in the way. What if we did it differently? Send that under there. It's just about okay. Move that up to there. In turn, just move this up a little bit. Like so. Gets all of them running? No. Something wrong with this. Not getting water. There's a underground missing there. But that's okay. Okay, acid being made. More than we need, I should expect. Batteries being made. No. Not enough acid yet, so I'll just take a bit of time to reach the end. That's fine. We are making some rocket control units now. Good, that's all okay then. We will move on to the solar panels. Just need a bunch of different stuff, really. Pretty simple. So 5 making cable. To 1 making tablet. 4 making greens. Weird ratio, just not one we've seen before, I don't think, but fine. It's just over half a belt of cable, which is awkward. Fine, so 1, 5 and 4. Leave a gap, 1. Those are the greens, those are the cable. That's the tablets. Sure. Stone in. That doesn't really matter. Stone in. Copper in. Cable out. Tablets out. That's an awkward one. Say we go there. No. Both of them want to be short in. Well, it doesn't really matter. Stone tablet could be long in. So in that case, just want to flip everything around, I think. Stone in, copper in. Tablets out. Cable out. Them into there, out of there. Good, just make sure those are all set properly. Those are over half a belt, so we do need to alternate near and far, use both sides. Should be fine. Could simplify that end a bit. Outputs, I think it's just going to go to the right, probably just going to carry on in a straight line. So we'll leave that as is for now. Deal with the inputs in a second, because after all this it's just 7 machines making the panels, which need 3 extra bits adding on. Where are they? There they are. So they're coming out there on half a belt. Yep. So we can add one of the things to the inside of here. Somehow, somewhere. It runs under, can it run under all of that? Yep. So that's in there, one in there, one in there. Then the other 2, bring them in, combine them. Run them as shared along the top. That should be there, that should be there. It's then going to come in. Inputs. And outputs. I might as well go upwards. Got a bit of space there. See how that goes. Make sure they're set properly. And copy paste some of that. Not that bit, all of that. Yeah, that's fine. And that to there. They can run that way. Don't like where those rocket control units are, but we can't go under there, so we'd need to wiggle around regardless. Unless we, at this point, turn it into a shared belt. Which it, yeah, definitely can be. A bit weird to share the RCUs and the solar panels together, but, I mean, it's as good as anything else. So send that under there, and then down there. I think those random ones I picked up, put them away. Okay, maybe. Should be. So we've got 2 of the elements needed at the end, which glass and silicon. Yeah. That's going to be glass. That's going to be silicon. Then we've got stone brick. Just the outside one, I remember. Then, no, other way around. Steel. Then stone brick. Then copper. If we can fit that all in here. There we go. These should be fine. Under to there. Steel, no. Can't go there. Unless we moved the copper stuff around, but let's plug in the steel. Plug in the stone brick. Bring the copper forward. Work out where we can put it. So probably just, yeah, send it under. Then split it off. Even there would not be the end of the world. Just turn it back on itself. But it's cutting in there, so why don't we just cut it in there? That means we can't put machines here, but we couldn't really anyway. That's fine. To there, then we've got iron to bring forward. Bring all that to the front there. Missing something here, yeah, sulfur. Send that under that one. And the rocket fuel needs to come forward as well. There we go. It's the solar panels done. None on that belt yet, so are they working? No, because I've got my inserters the wrong way around. Now they're working. Okay, good. Next will be the accumulators, I guess. Yeah. Which need just a whole bunch of batteries adding to iron plates. Interesting. 2 and 17. What is this lot? That is 2 and 17. No, it's 2 and 15. Is that correct? It's 30 machines. I think I've got that wrong. Didn't copy enough. Yeah, it should be 34 machines up there. 34. I probably counted the ones making acid as ones making batteries. Let's fix that before I forget about it. Just need to cut that. And add 4 more machines. Should be simple enough. And then, yep, rejoin them. Send them on their way. Make sure that's okay, yeah. That's all fine. Okay, that's that. Expanded at the right level. And for the accumulators, what was it? 2 and 17. Would be 19 in total. So it is the same length as one of these. should be good. I will leave a gap, put it there. We're going to need more chemical plants. It makes it line up nicely because I was kind of tempted to just put the next 7 machines doing the accumulators down the end as well. I think I will. Might change our ability to turn around at the bottom, but I'm hoping we won't need to do that at all. So that's all good there. Doesn't really need the tank this time around, but whatever, it's there. Water in, which won't need a tank either. Shared belt in here. Sulfur in there. Outputs down here. They probably turn them round. To come over there. Otherwise, yeah, otherwise you're just doubling the belt up. No, they need to go to wherever the next 7 machines are going to be, which I was saying put on the end. So these are the ones that turn them into the accumulators, and they've got iron running on that belt behind them and batteries running on the belt in front of them. Get them set up properly. What is the speed on these? Very, very slow, yeah, so that's... Don't run out belt as well, okay. Where have we got space? At the top is fine. Long handled output up the top. And we will run that over. Then it's a little awkward. It's going to be an underground there, so we don't like it, but we have to go up and around it. It's fine. We'll live. Could move that around, but it'll be messy either way. Let's go get more chemical plants, more belt. While I'm flying past, any junk I can dump in here. A few bits and pieces. Good. What's next? So that's going to finish off accumulators. We need heat shielding and low density structure. Not too bad then, I guess. Let's grab a whole bunch more chemical plants. Then as much belt as we can carry, which might be more than we need at this time around, but it's fine. I guess we can always put it back or into storage somewhere else if we end up with too much. I don't know what we're going to need for sorting out all of the landing pads and launching pads and stuff. Probably quite a lot in the end. Hey, where are we up to down here then? Get all the ghosts built. All in the right place. Yeah, looks good. Okay. Let's get the water plugged in so I don't forget it like last time. We're right in the middle of this train station. That's not good. We won't be able to redirect around there. Okay. How much? Well, we're not using all this water, are we? Well, I don't know that, so let's check. That water, yeah, it's 0.27 of the pump is currently being used, so we can just tap that for more. Bring that down. It's fine, just to get that out of the way. Send that under, that's no issue. And they'll have water. Good. So we've got copper again there. There. Then iron. Get that all neat and tidy. Nice. And then sulfur to make the acid with. Good. Should start working. Let's bring everything forward and then we'll check it. Okay, batteries being made. I guess we could have stopped the copper from running on any further, but whatever. Too late now. That's making accumulators. Good. Good. I feel like I'm missing something. I guess the last stage just needs, yeah, like the glass and the rocket fuel adding in as well. Makes sense. Heat shielding. 4 making tablets, then 14 making shielding. Nice and simple. Can we just... We don't need to squeeze it. We know we're pretty much at the end now. 4 and 14. Yeah. Yeah, good. Stone in. Tablet out. And then sulfur and steel in. Bit awkward. We want the stone tablets on a near belt. Then the sulfur and the steel as well. Okay. Bit awkward, however I lay this out. Doesn't matter. Just leave a gap before the next thing anyway. A long hill down the top though, yeah. So that'll be in there, and then this will be in there. There. And that'll be in there. Still doesn't need more than a belt, does it? It's 3/4 of a belt. Okay, so we do need to alternate these near far. That's the stone in. That's then 2 things in, is it? Yeah. Sulfur and steel. Bit messy. No big deal. Send the stone in there. Them in there. That'll be okay. That's those there, and then that's the output up there, which is, yeah, nowhere near a belt. That's not quite right there. Okay. It's better for copy pasting. There we go. Tidy up the end. And let the robots build it. Good. So that output is going to join. They're on the correct side. That is nice. Join them there. So stone brick first, then sulfur and steel. Stone brick to there, sulfur to there, steel to there. I hope. Yeah, that is the right stuff. Good. Let's bring everything else forward and then check that it's working. There, bring these down. Actually, a lot of these we don't need anymore. Should have factored that in. Let's deal with the next one, and then before we bring it forward again, we can cut off any that we don't actually need this far south. Tidy it up a bit. Next thing to do is just 14 machines doing low density structures. That's 11, 12, 13, 14. These are not working at all. I guess I didn't set the inserters properly. There we go. Now they're working. Should be good. Low density structures, which need, yeah, a bunch of stuff quickly. In fact, best is, I think, how we did it before, in on the long as well. So a short in for the copper and the plastic, then a long in for the steel, a long out for the finished thing. Set the inserters this time. Copy paste. All the way down. those last bits at the end that we don't need. All good. Let the robots build it. Cool. And then that is steel. Then plastic, because they're so close. So there, and then that'll be the copper. Separate the steel and the copper, and then the finished one is there. So these are here, and they are working. That one's going to be next to them. That needs to go under there. And that's going to there. That one's going there. And the copper in there. Good. That is making low densities. Because the last of the bits that need making. So now we've got just one machine at the end. Okay. Interesting. Sure. Or 0.8 of a machine, in fact, but something is limiting it, right? Yeah, the 40 RCU machines will limit the speed to 80% speed. Good. And yeah, we really did not need much space in this square at all. It's like a quarter and we've spread it out more than we needed to. Oh well. So those lines, in they go. Keep it simple. They definitely do not need loaders, but like I say, keeps it very simple. Glass and rocket fuel as well. Either of those, I mean the rocket fuel's more of it's needed, so we could put the glass onto this belt and share it. Again, that's unnecessary. Let's just feed them in. That is rocket fuel. That is glass. That's going to make capsules. Just going to limit that chest for now until we work out exactly how we're going to juggle all these. Let's not overdo it. We will eventually want to overdo it, but not now. So that's everything. Not sure what point the 2 lines of copper could have become 1, but I don't think I'm going to worry about it. Just going to move that to there. That's the end of the copper. That's the end of the steel. The iron was barely needed at all. There's the last of it. That's the end of the sulfur. Silicon, no, put plastic there. Pull the silicon back to wherever it was last used. Which may have been just once, oh no, twice here. And I've made a mess. Let's empty out any of these things I'm carrying now that I've filled my inventory with junk. That and that. Pick up that mess of glass I've made here. That's all good, that's all good. The stone brick, and that's all of them. Tidied up nicely. Nice enough. That's all good. We know we don't have 2 lines of copper here, so I could cut it down to 1 in the last stage. Nah, we're good. That's fine, and yeah, it's made a couple, and then we'll work out how we're going to juggle them before we let it make any more. Just tidy up my inventory again before we carry on. They go in here. That's about it. Take the rest up north. Copper, silicon, glass, plastic. Good. Then we need to do what we did with the rocket parts, which is allow returning capsules to come back to this as a central distribution point. But I'm not really sure we can do that. I mean, there is a way, but I don't really know how it works. So we might just not do that. So what we've done with the rocket parts in the last session to make this happen is the returning ones are unpacked and the outbound ones are packed. So we pack 5 into one little stack. And that way, what doesn't happen is a train doesn't come to this southern station, pick up all the rocket parts and deliver it to the eastern station because it's asking for them. With the capsule, there's no way of packaging it in the same way. So if we just output them in the south and request them in the east, it's just going to continually deliver them from south to east. We can separate, say, the eastern station onto a different train network code and have all of the returning capsules that come back from transit go there on that network. So their outbound stations would be on that different network. Which, if it works, it works. We just don't entirely know how to set it up. We can give it a go. And if the trains keep making the journeys I don't want, then we'll have to go with an alternative option. We could just not deliver them back, and then in the landing pads where they're gathering up from return journeys, they'll eventually take them from there to where they're needed, which is an option, as long as we segregate them at that point, which is another awkwardness, but doable. You just don't want those stations to back up. You know, when you've got a central distribution point, you can manage the buffers, make sure things continue to flow from one point rather than constantly having to check lots. So I might try a second train network in theory. Let's set up the 2 stations and then see if we can get it working or not. So in the south we want the same as what we've got here, at least that much of it. Line it up in the right spot. There we go. And this is for capsules that are requested for outbound shipments. We don't need to package them, so we know that there. Just feed capsules into these. Do we want to fill them with capsules? I mean, we might as well. But we, okay, so we're going to do something different here to begin with. But yes, we might as well fill these in with capsules. No reason not to do that. So let's bring the finished ones, which are here. I'll leave that chest there, why not? With it blocked to 1. Why not? It's not the perfect line for that, but there we go. That's all good. Bring them down here and split them evenly between them. Should be all good. Let's get that connection into the station here. Wire in the red of what we've got, and wire in the green for the configuration. And yeah, we're going to configure it a little different. So same train settings. Maximum number. We say it's a provider. But then we add this locked slots option at 39. So when a train arrives at this station, every wagon will have 39 of its slots locked. You know, blocked off, they can't be used. And each wagon has 40 slots, so 1 will be open. Each train of 8 wagons will therefore just take 8 capsules away with it. And every delivery of capsules will just be 8 units. I hope. Because we don't want to carry an entire trainload of capsules when just 1 is needed to launch a rocket. And the rockets are only going, very rarely. Hopefully. So we're trying to reduce the number of them that move around. I think that'll work. I also want to set this as the priority one. Or maybe the other way round. We set other stations as the priorities if it comes to that. But that, I mean, I think that setup's okay. If the capsules are making it here. Capsules? Oh, they're just very slow to make. Yeah, okay. And it's always because we're using the loaders, you can't actually see, but there are, like, they come out onto the loader rather than sitting in the warehouse, which is annoying as hell, really. Don't like it, but it's how the loaders work, and they're the fastest way to load things, so just have to live with it. Hopefully that still works and they don't load into the wagons before they can be limited. I guess, like I say, we'll find out when we get it up and running whether it does the things I want it to do or not. Here in the east, same layout of stuff. The single line coming out should be fine. My mouse wheel play along, there we go. Should go there. Change these filters because they're not carrying them things, they're carrying those things. Change these ones too. Space capsule. Paste them settings all the way down. Make sure they build it before I try and set the settings on it. Looks good. Capsules will come back and be unloaded here. So we want to set this up slightly differently as well. The red signal can get connected in, that's fine, although hopefully never needed. So everything will just keep flowing, we hope. Green signal from here, same, well, same train settings. It is a requester, and it is requesting space capsules, and it wants to always have as many as possible, so I think we left a little buffer. Not sure why, or when, or how. There's one in a stack. I don't need the calculator, do I? I need whatever we set on the one over here. 3.7 thousand? 3,750. Sure. Sure. It's the same number. Then we want to add this encoded network ID, and I think we want to put it on 2. In the, I don't know what the default is. It might be 1 or it might be something else, but from what I read, it combines the numbers. So if you were to put network ID 3, it would be both 1 and 2 would use that network. Maybe. Hello, Vileda. Hello, Raiders. Lovely to see you. Hope you had a good time shooting people in Valorant. Hello, Potato Vileda as well. Nice to have you here. And hello, Dougie Jazz Commander. Good to see you guys. Hope you had a nice day. Nice Easter weekend if you're into that kind of thing. Hope you have had tons of chocolate eggs. I haven't had any yet, which is a bit sad, but I'll make sure I do. Probably just wait a couple days and get them cheap, you know, because I'm that kind of guy. But there we go. We're, you know, the usual Factorio here. A bit of a whiplash maybe if you've been running and gunning, but we'll be having a chill day of building rockets, hopefully, if we can get it working. A few complicated train bits that I'm testing, I guess. Don't really know whether they're going to work or not, but we're going to poke at some nice complicated stuff. If you'd like to come and scratch your brains with me as well, you're more than welcome to. And if you have to run off because, you know, stream, raid, run away, it happens, then I hope you have a good rest of your day, guys. Really do. Azul, nice to see you too. Oh, how lovely. So yeah, we're trying to stop a train from doing something silly, and I hope I've managed to do it, but I don't know if I have, and we won't find out for a while. But in theory, we don't want trains to go from the southern station to the eastern station in an unending loop over and over again. So if we ever see them doing that, will know that I didn't get it right. Still, if the trains that are supposed to come to the Eastern Station come here and unload their space capsules, we'll want them to run down this belt and head westbound. A little further up than there. Hard to tell in the dark, but along this line here. And they're going to join the ones that we're making in a similar fashion to this. Do we need big warehouses? Might as well use big warehouses. In which case, I can maybe just copy what's going on here and cut out the bits we don't want. A bit to the right, actually. Like there. Stop that. Get in the right map mode. There we go. And cut them back. Factorio trains melt your brain. Well, this is even worse. It's modded Factorio trains that behave entirely differently. I do want a big buffer for these, like we did. And the bit that I really wanted to copy didn't come over, I guess. We just cut that much away. I want the circuit bit here. Don't need a decider this time because there's not two different types of item. And we don't need these machines. That's just going to go down there instead. So the ones we're making go in there, the ones that are getting returned come in here. This just needs changing to be the space capsule picture. And it says if there's no space capsules you can go. So if the returning stock is backed up, or backing up, then the new stuff stops, and buffers, but stops. Which will happen if they're all full. It's not perfect, I don't think. I might have said that about the other one, but it'll do the job. It'll use that buffer. What we don't want to do is flood our system with newly made space capsules, because we can recycle the old ones. And we'd rather do that. There's one now. Nice, lovely, fresh new space capsule to launch us successfully across the galaxy, I'm sure. So that's done. We've got rocket sections, we've got space capsules. They're connected and may or may not be behaving properly. We'll see. We can check the notices every now and then, see if the trains are behaving as well. So next stage is to set up the rocket launching and rocket landing pads that'll be at this end of the connection. So we've got outbound, we need to send rocket sections, capsules, rocket fuel, and, well, meteorite defense, but that maybe we'll leave till later. And barrels of water. They're all going to be needed at the destination. They're going to send back empty barrels that they took the water out of, and vulcanite ore that they've mined up. They would also send back rocket sections if they have too many and it's flooding their system. So we want to not send them too many in the first place. And that's the problem. The idea is to use a setting in the rocket silos that delivers to any landing pad named with a matching name. So all around the galaxy we name landing pads iron ore or iron plates. And the rocket silo will just launch iron plates to any of those that are available, that have space for more iron plates to be delivered. And that, in theory, works pretty nicely. But with the rocket parts, there's the added problem of they always need some, but not too many. So I'm not sure how we deal with that. I mean, we could just send them too many, but yeah, awkward to juggle. So I've got one pad and one silo available. we're going to need at least 5, 6, 7, maybe 8-ish of each kind of thing. What do we need to make more? Rocket silo needs green motor things, blue circuit things, concrete radars, a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. Where am I going to find some spare green motor things? Let's use the satellite, just to my north. Excellent. Scoop up a whole bunch of these then. Let's say I want to make 10. I would need 2,000 motors. Oh. Maybe we do a few at a time. There's a lot available here, but still I'm going to need more space in my inventory as well, so let's scoop a few more of them. Can't tidy the inventory up. If we're just going to craft these things, I can leave the belt here, underground there, on ones. Do all that. There's some space and then be able to work. Bunch of junk as well. Let's get rid of that. Don't need them. Don't really need to be carrying all of that. That'll do. Concrete should be all the way down the south of here, should be some. And then blue chips I'm not so sure about. So concrete there? No, that's refined concrete. That's different. So this is concrete? It is. So we need 1,000 for every silo. That's a lot. Especially if I want a whole bunch. Okay. That's maybe enough for one. Nope, not even enough for one. Okay, we're going to need to set something up here temporarily. I don't have any inserters on me because I put them all away. Never mind. There goes that idea. Is that more? Yes, okay. Grab these as well. What else do we need? Steel plate, which we just do not have. Pipes. Blue chips. Blue chips going to be around somewhere. Where are we using them? Up here. Okay. Get up there in a second. I'll do on that for now. Head up there, grab some pipe on the way past. That'll do to begin with. And then blue chips are coming out here. Or I guess down here somewhere. Oh, next to the motors I need. Okay, that would have been easier if I grab both at the same time. Never mind. Still playing radars, which we're making. Radars, they're in a box to our west, I think. Let's finish off that stack and then go take a look for radars. No, not there. It's the right south one. Yeah, they'll be around here somewhere. There they are. Have a couple stacks of them. Then yeah, steel plate. We don't have that much, especially from after 10,000 or whatever. I'm gonna go steal it from where we're making meteorite ammunition, because there's a bunch there. it will create a demand for it, which is annoying, but, you know, future problem. This makes me 2 silos. Very nice. What do I need to make more? Oh, steel chests as well. So it's making the chests and then the silo. Don't think we got any pre-made chests anyway, just as they are. Bit of a shame. More concrete is the key one. Which was here. No. Yeah, that's the right one. Come on. Worried I was on the wrong side there. Grab all that, grab the stuff that's here as well. Makes me 1 more. Oh boy. The other option, I suppose, is that we don't send rocket parts to Hephaestus at all. When we deliver the barrels of water, they're going to reclaim rocket parts and capsules they could use to send it back. They're imbalanced, though. In order to make a rocket, they'd need 5 to land, so we need to deliver 5 rockets of water barrels. It's probably not paced correctly. And then that means they've got 5 capsules and they're only using 1 to return stuff. Which just leads us to how we were ages ago with the like mixed rockets sending stuff around. Which is, you know, it's an option. It just doesn't fit particularly well with our setup. I think we do need to send them, which means we do need 5 silos this end and 3 on the far end. 4? Yeah, 4. Well, although the excess of capsules and excess of rocket parts could come back together, because they need to be separated this end regardless. Maybe 1 fewer then. What do we need? Storage tanks, steel chests, and those 2 things that are north of us. Should have some storage tanks in the corner here as well. Grab them. Yep. And where those 2 came together, there they are. Grab them both from here. One more, okay. How many have we got so far? We've got 4 and we're making 1. Need more steel. We might need to set up some extra additional steel production just to make the silos at this rate. It is not great. No, that'll do us for those bits and pieces. Yeah, I guess we'll grab more from where I grabbed it before. Drain that place out. Probably got enough anti-meteorite ammunition to last us the whole game. We have overdone it somewhat down here. Any steel? There's some. There's a little more. Just 2 more silos. 7. Like to make 3 more to make sure I've got enough. Should need some more concrete. Back and forth we go. Where was that? Easter here? Yep, there it is. And we'll need at least an equal number of landing pads. I guess based on this system, an exact same number would be needed at the moment. There's one more silo. More bits and pieces after this too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. More blue chips, more pipe. Go grab those. The pipe is there. We'll need don't know how many more. And the blue chips were just here. One more, so I want one more. Don't scoop too much more than we need. There we go. A few more storage tanks, more concrete, more steel. Let's just get... Oh, the steel I've got there. Forgot about that already. It's just, yeah, 500 more concrete. And then I'll look at what a landing pad needs. Probably steel, concrete, and similar things. Almost enough. There we go. Okay, landing pad is steel, concrete, and radars. Okay. Slightly simpler at least, but still, maybe we should have set up a just concrete spot. I guess we kind of do. So this makes hazard concrete. You can't turn it back into concrete? No. Could just, when the hazard is full, siphon off into regular. Don't really know how many more silos and landing pads we're going to need. I have in my mind that ultimately we'll be on maybe 5 other planets plus orbit. He's going to use quite a lot of silos and landing pads. Maybe we should have set up a constant production of them. Don't know. The other planets won't use much, especially if they can make their own water. They'll just need the rocket components sending to them, available to them. And orbit is the one that's going to need tons of pads. Every item we could possibly have will need to go up there for research. Now there's one more pad, so we're going to need to grab more radars and then keep grabbing concrete and steel. We do have steel chests sat somewhere, don't we? Let's go grab some more radars. I think where we're making the robotic chests, there would be some. Radar is there. How many am I looking at? Probably 2 stacks. And then, yeah, here, kind of, on that belt, is steel chests. Not that having the machine do it is actually necessarily better than just doing it ourselves in our hands. Need the steel plate regardless. Grab the concrete, make another trip down where we were. Still saying there's no... Oh, that's right. No cargo rocket section. It should keep giving us messages saying there's no space capsules in the network. I hope. We'll see. Okay, I've stolen... Looks like I've stolen all of the steel away from it. Oh, a little bit more. Tiny bit more here and there. We'll see how far that goes. We'll get there. Once we've got them, that's the next few sessions of stuff done anyway. It's going to be a few more before we're back into orbit. Once we've got Vulcanite being supplied successfully and consistently, the next stage is to go to our orbital platform and refit it in quite a significant manner so that it can handle the future research we're going to need to do. At the moment it's just a big spaghetti ball, and that won't work for me if we're going to be adding another, dozen different science packs or whatever it is in this pack. Two more pads, good. Them out of there. We make quite a lot of concrete down here, it's not bad going. Another one already, so what are we up to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay. Just a few thousand more concrete needed. There's 7. I can grab it. Out of the machines when they're backlogged. That could be quicker. Or might not be, don't know. It's a bit easier with my fingers though. There's another one. Now it wants more steel, so what are we up to? 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. So we need to find some more steel. It's enough concrete for 9. Go find some steel, then we'll come back. Might as well just thief the steel that's sitting in this square. It's as good as any. This square, I guess, I mean. If there is any. Nope, I guess not. Just take it off the belts, sure, why not? I just want 2,000 of it, so that's 1. That's 2,000. Good, yeah, no station supplying capsule found in network 2. Wonder if you... Maybe you don't need to do it numerically, maybe you can name them in order to keep them very separate. It's interesting. Didn't think of that. I miscounted, I need more steel. Oh, because of the steel chests. I need more steel. That'll do us, there we go. Okay, that will give me 10 silos and 10 landing pads. Good start. I'm going to need... Well, let's clear out the junk and those are like construction elements that I put back in their boxes we will need. Get rid of... A bit wasteful, but all that stuff. I mean, yeah, get rid of this stuff too. We got spares. Might need them, might need that. Need to get myself some more jetpack fuel. Could need all them. Don't want to waste them. That's fine. So a bit more of that, bunch more of this. Sure. Might need some of them. Actually, I think I do need some of them, yeah, for rocket fuel, liquid rocket fuel production. Gonna need a bunch of warehouses for train stations. Gonna need loaders, splitters, undergrounds, more. we can get started and see how it goes. The inserters, although I don't think we'll be using them. Maybe some more of them. That'll do us to start with. So we're just going to head south of the squares where we produced the rocket related stuff. There's a whole bunch of empty prepared spots down there. And start working out how this works, or how this will work. So here we are on M48. So we'll have a train station, that much we know. Where a bunch of stuff will be delivered. Whatever is being sent and the rocket parts, I guess it can all be delivered in on one. Probably. So if it was cargo section, capsule, rocket fuel and barrels of water, which we could do the barreling here, I guess, so it might be steel. That depends on whether we're going to want barrels of water in multiple places, which I'm pretty sure we won't. Unless we have a second waterless planet that we need, which I doubt. Seems to just be the ones rich in vulcanite that have it, and I don't see us needing more than one planet doing that, unless I'm crazy. So let's say we barrel here instead, so it would be cargo rocket section packed, space capsule, that one, the rocket fuel, solid rocket fuel which gets liquefied, and steel plate, or steel ingot I guess it will ultimately be, would all be delivered here. It's a bit awkward, not sure this is correct, but we'll see. How much built out, then we need to bring it together. Do we need more than one belt of any of that? That depends. So, power generation needs water, but I don't know how much. We're running 16 greenhouses plus some steam. Yeah. So that is... I can do that in the planner actually, can't I? Maybe. If I say we're trying to make wood from that recipe and cut that down until it's 16 greenhouses, which is a nice round number. That will use 6,400 fluid a minute, plus we're making some steam. Can I do that here? I think I can. Yeah, I don't know which steam I'm making. I think it's 165 degree steam. I have no idea how much. I'm making it by steaming water in a boiler, yeah. And an electric boiler. That is not an option there. Was there an alternate recipe? Yes, that's the recipe I'm after then. One in the electric boiler. And I don't have any idea actually how much steam we're using. It's... oh. But I can work it out. Because the steam is going into the biomethanol. So if we start again with biomethanol, which is made, yep, through that recipe, which is made with wood and steam, and we increase the biomethanol number until it's 16 greenhouses, which will be somewhere around this number, a little bit more than that, a little bit more still, there we go. Then it says I need, oh that's the boiler, wrong one. Oh, it doesn't give me an option to use an electric boiler. Interesting. Unless I've done something very wrong, it works off a single electric boiler, which is going to change the number, but for illustrative purposes, 10,266 water per minute per cell, which, so 10,000, let's call it 10,000. It's 200 barrels per minute per cell. And we're going to need, I have no idea, maybe 16 cells, maybe more, unless we give up on that and just use lots and lots of solar instead. But we could say like 3,000 barrels a minute, in theory. It would take us 40 assembly machines, 1.111 belts of steel. That's a concern, in that I think we might have to abandon biomethanol power on Hephaestus, because supplying the water sufficiently is going to be madness. I mean, even let's finish the thought process. In order to send 3,000 barrels per minute, they're in stacks of 10, so it's 300 stacks. Don't know what a rocket carries, but it might not be 300 stacks. It's 500, okay. Cargo 500 stacks. So rocket every less than 2 minutes, which we can't do. We can do, in theory, a rocket every 2 minutes. And that much water would require that. Okay, so we can't. Answers that question. And potentially simplifies things a bit. So we will have to use exclusively solar power. Again, unless we start manufacturing nuclear fuel cells and send them over and do nuclear power there, which also needs water to turn to steam to power the turbines. Never mind. It's going to have to be solar, and only solar, unless we unlock another option in the future, but for now, that's what it'll be. So all we need to send over are the components of the rockets that are going to be used to send the ore back. Which are these three things: the fuel, the capsules, and the sections. The sections and the capsules are also going to be recycled from other rockets that are delivered there and reused, and if they get too much we want to send them back. So that's the bit I'm not getting yet. We can sort out this unloading station, then I can try and work out what I'm thinking. All there, it's not wired properly. That to there, that to there, and across, down, that's all good, and then that'll be over there, but we'll need to add more. Fine, change them, because I've changed. Okay, that's packed rocket section, which needs unpacking, mustn't forget that. Space capsule, just there. The thing I am stuck on is how do we ensure they always have enough parts and don't get overloaded. And in the past, that was, like past setups we've had, pretty simple. We were using signals, so we just measured how much we had, and if we didn't have enough, we requested more. But if we're just, like, this launch pad is going to send unpacked rocket components anywhere that wants them, so we can't receive signals from all over the place saying yes or no necessarily. Don't think, unless you can control the destination by signal, which I don't think you can, but I could be wrong. Can I get myself a decider just to play with. So the idea is change this to any landing pad with name, and then we type the name, which will be, you know, like rocket cargo section, cargo rocket section. Any that are available, which is to say empty, will get launched at. So if we can, that's not what I was after. We can change that somehow, or we can rename a landing pad based on a circuit network signal, which, yeah, doesn't sound like something you can do. At the moment it's not out, it's happening F500, which is how empty it is. We've got lots of generic signals, but I'm not sure any of them help us here. Distance, speed, planet. Cargo rocket signal. Anchor point signals. Yeah, I don't think any of these are gonna cause it to do anything. Warning things. Put a smiley face on as we go. Doesn't seem likely. Landing pad's not outputting any signal, or what I expected to. Only its contents is what I'd expect to see. Difficult one. If I output I don't think any of these help me. None of these are like name. And yeah, that would be pretty crazy if it was. I mean, everything is 0, give us green, doesn't even, yeah. I guess I can look at the little help page about cargo rockets. We have launched 105 cargo rockets so far. That sounds like a big number, but it's not. Loss chances, reusability. Oh, it's higher than I thought it was, it's 28. So every 4 rockets we can get one back. Blah, 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 blah. Nations. Impersonal via satellite view. Target a landing pad. And it works if it's specific. I mean, we could set up specific launch pads for rocket components, one per destination, and use generic ones for other things, which becomes kind of irrelevant. Like, why not use specific ones for everything at that point? How many different places do we need to deliver any given material to? Because for planets, all we're currently going to be doing there is mining. So we need to send rocket parts so that we can get the ore back, and that's it. You know, I was thinking we'd need to send water, but turns out it's too much water. The only thing we're sending is rocket parts. It's interesting. We can just overload the other side. So the issue is the landing pad will be for, okay, we can control it the other end with a buffer reasonably well. The issue will be if we send out more than we can get back. So if we stopped sending ore back because we had enough, but we kept sending rocket parts or components. Now I think as long as the buffer's big enough, that's not an issue. It becomes an issue if we're delivering something else and they're off balance, like we were delivering water in. We keep sending rockets in, but we're not bringing the ore back because the ore's full. Then we'd constantly be supplying capsules, for example, and not reusing them fast enough. But with a big enough buffer and a constant outflow that always outpaces the inflow, then we can pace it fine. We deliver in all of the elements, And they only feed out of the landing pad if they're wanted. It's a little complicated, but we can do it. I have half a thought developing in my mind as to how we can do it. And hopefully by the time we make it to the other planet, that becomes a full thought, and then we can get that sorted. This much is good. We can copy this down. It's going to be okay. The stuff in orbit's going to be a bit more complicated. We'll deal with that when we get to it. It can have its own launch pad, you know, for whatever. No big deal. Does that go there? Or there? It goes there. That connects in like that. That goes under, yeah. To there. Yep. Like that, and then that one. And we're definitely not going to need more than a single belt of any of these. I say. It's, yeah, 45 items a second. The fuel could be an issue, but I doubt it very much. One line of each. Copy. Whatever. Paste that all the way down. Make sure I don't miss. Yeah, that's fine. And then the last one gets plugged in. I need to get these wired and signaled right. Let's get the constant combinator there. Red wire across the warehouses. Connect there and there. Then a little green wire. No, that mode. There we go. There. So this is the usual on the default network. And this is a requester. We want to set our signals at half a train load of each thing. So packed rocket sections come in 40 on a wagon, 8 wagons, 3 20s. So it should be 160. Capsules are coming in 8s, if that part of the system works. So this should be 4. We have less than 4 capsules stored. That's going to be a problem. A big problem. I'm going to temporarily keep the capsules in the warehouse. It's interesting. When the capsules... So 8 are going to be delivered. They're going to immediately leave the warehouse. 8 more are going to be delivered. And they're going to leave. If they're sat on the belt, they're going to keep delivering in capsules, and we could have hundreds sat on the belts, which is... I don't mind doing for the rocket parts, but I do mind doing for the capsules. So we're going to want to feed in a supplementary signal from further down the chain of what capsules we have in the area. So when they're moving on the belt, we won't be able to see them, but every stage that they're stopped at will hopefully prevent a massive excess of capsules being delivered. We'll see. Probably won't work, but we'll see. The last thing is rocket fuel, the solid stuff, which comes in stacks of 10, so it'll be 10 times the other thing. Okay. We'll see how that goes. So pretty quick, we want to split out the packed ones into unpacked ones, so we're less wasteful on what's sat around. We're just using packed to transport around. We use 4 to pack them together, like all of them, and this is only some of them, but I guess just in case I'll use 4. Then we know it's fast enough to unpack. Inserter in, inserter out, nice and simple. every stage was this neat and tidy, it would be lovely. They're going to come out there. Then we've got the capsules, the fuel. I mean, all we do now is launch them. The other train stations on this square could be used for other things. I don't see what else we would need to do here. It's just going to be 3 silos, 1 for each thing. They also feed each other. It's a bit complicated, I guess, but we can put them in the front here and then we'll feed stuff around and look at it, how we sort it all out. Each thing is needed in each silo to launch itself, and then yeah, it is a bit confusing and very weird. Each one is going to need to liquefy, which is not done in a chemical plant, is it? It's done in a fuel refinery, I remember from before. So we'll need to fly up and grab some fuel refineries. Which we are making. We're making the right ones. We'll find out in a second. I don't think we need them. I think it's these ones. Yeah, that's the one. Liquid rocket fuel. Yep, good. We do have the right thing. One of those will be enough. I mean, that's what we were doing before, and it was plenty. One machine liquefying the rocket fuel for each silo. Those on that corner. The recipe. Put an inserter. We're going to want to bring the rocket fuel down, say there. Scoop all that up. Use that for jetpack fuel actually, because I was a bit low. Probably going to want to split off and have this line fuel them, and then this line is going into the final one. Again, not too sure one line's going to be enough. I mean, we can add more lines, I guess, in the future. I've built a bit close, but we can mess around with it in the future. Loader. Loader? Yeah, let's go with loader. But we're not... What are we going to want to do? Fill it to the brim? Yes. We are. Yeah, that's fine. In theory, to begin with. Let's do that. The capsules... Similarly... Let's run them down the backs. So on the back corner we're going to put the capsule in. Capsule. Don't need a filter, we're just going to run one line. It's going to come along here. Like that. And we're going to control that inserter based on the signal out of here. Let's run the red wires up there. I want to do this slightly differently, just noticed. How are we going to do that? We want... just move this over. Yeah. Maybe? No, even that's no good. Don't want them grabbing off a belt. We want to grab out of a chest and add the chest to the count for the availability to the train network. So if we've got them sat next to the the silos, we're good. And yeah, find some way of keeping them off the belts. Be interesting. I'm going to need some little chests to do this with. There, for example, I'm just going to need to upgrade that power pole, aren't I? That's no big deal. Goes 2 away from there. In and out. And so on. No. Let's go like that. Run the belt along there. Even that I don't like. Actually, oh, I do know what the answer to that is. It's something I almost never do. It's to use robots. Yeah. It would be good if these warehouses could be provider warehouses. But we don't actually have that. And they're bloody expensive to make. Well, I guess not that bad. We don't have requesters though, so that's not going to work. Until we research that. Okay. That's annoying. I do have in orbit some requesters, don't I? What we got as freebies? Or am I using them? I'm probably using them. No, those are providers. Little blue boxes. I thought they'd be in here, but they're not. And I'm sure we had some. Oh, there they are. And they are, or were, serving a useful purpose there. But I could just fly up to orbit, steal them, and come back home. Pretty easily. Just to solve this one particular issue I have with the situation here. It's somewhat moot. The belt needs to run into whichever silo is gonna take them into their destination. And from that belt we could grab singly to head to the others. Yeah, we can do that. So let's say that belt... Done this a bit messy, haven't I? Never mind. It's going to run under there. Say that to begin with. It's going into this one. So that's the one that's going to take capsules around the galaxy. And again, we're probably going to want to limit how many capsules we deliver in each load quite significantly. So let's wire the signal from there to that bit of belt. That we need. And that's going to say if the number of capsules is less than 20. It's 2 rows. Even that's a bit overkill. But let's go with 20. Then it runs. So every rocket load of capsules that are needed somewhere will just be 20 capsules at most, if we have that many available. That whole belt is then going to run if that's the case. So can't disable any bits of belt until we get to here. Oh, that could have been one closer. Never mind. That's already being disabled for the balancing, and the idea of that whole underground being full of capsules is a bit not what I want. Very not what I want. But, you know, what we have to deal with, I guess. Say that's there instead. Other way around. That there and that there. We can feed those bits back over here, and if we've got enough, stop them. But as soon as we don't have enough, those belts are just going to run, like tons of them are going to run out. So we might as well just fill the belts in. It won't make a difference. As much as I don't want to, it's not going to make any difference. Fine. Then... yeah, we can... hopefully. Yeah, can pull out, I assume. Set a filter here for rocket capsule on all of them. Put a little box in, but oh, it's too wide. Damn. They don't need to be filtered. So that into a box, then a long handle to grab it. Limit the box to just one, and feed the signals. Pretty bad spot for it. From the back there, I guess. Oops, bit ugly, never mind. And then that one from there. So the long hand will only insert if the number of capsules is less than 1. So as soon as we got 1 in this, that's enough to launch it, it stops trying to put any more in. 1 more will sit in that chest, which, like, we could feed that back to the train network and say, like, if there's less than 4, send us more, but include what we've got over here. That's kind of pointless because the belt's going to be stuffed full of them. It's not the best way, I don't think. This is going to be set to launch when it's got 20, so it gets to 20, these grab 1 out, and then it launches with only 18. Yeah, only 18 is more than enough. That's not an issue. So that's capsules, fine. Just gonna allow them to unload, although it appears none have actually been delivered yet. So we might need to look into why that is. Could just be an availability thing. And the final stage is the rocket components, which is the same, or a similar deal. All of them need 100, and then the one on the end needs more than that. All of them need exactly 100 and no more. So I guess we run the unpackaged ones near them. Let's go with about here. That can go under. And at this point, just going to load them in. And there they're going to go under. So this one gets filled with the 100 it needs and then an inventory full. This one we go under with an inserter. That one has an inserter. And they're going to be controlled by signals from their respective silos. Being able to say, that there needs to say if the number of unpacked rocket sections is less than 100. So when it gets to 100, they stop putting them in. And they're putting them in 6 at a time, which like is not as fast as a loader would be, but it'll do. It'll do the job. Feed them in there. We can use that whole belt up. Why not? Okay, so other than there being no capsules around the place, this is acceptable. Liquid fuel's coming in pretty slow. It could be fast enough. We can double the rate by feeding into another one. And might as well, because we're not using that space for anything else. Why not? There. Set the recipes on them. Good. Equally, we could have pumped them into a storage tank, which would fill even when these are full. So there was like an amount these got flooded in. Whatever. It's fast enough. Let's not worry about that. That's all good. That one's filling up. They are getting enough from the looks of it. Just about? Okay, good. What does that leave us with then? They're good. I mean, they need, like, literally setting up. So this, any landing pad with name, cargo, rocket, section. Yeah. Should be okay. Position. I guess we say none. We don't want to have a specific landing pad, so we say none. Any landing pad with name. Not sure that's right. That's the filter to find what I'm after. I know how it works. We need to create the landing pads and give them the name before we can pick it from this list. then it will be any landing pad with name. That's fine. The trigger for this one is launch on cargo full. So if it's got a full load of rocket sections and the chosen destination landing pad is empty, it'll launch straight away. Off it goes. No problem. Same on this end. If the destination's ready and empty and whatever. So any landing pad with name, launch on cargo full. One in the middle is different. Any landing pad with name, launch on green signal when fuel full. Or we could do green signal or cargo full. Cargo full is never going to happen because we're stopping it from loading at 2 lines. So it would just launch when it gets the green signal. And this, when fuel full, is acceptable as long as it's full. Doesn't know how much it needs, but I guess it works out for every potential destination, and then if it's got enough to hit the destination, it will launch, which is good. Green signal when fuel full. That'll do the job. We just then need to actually give it a green signal, which we'll have a decider at the back here. At the back? Sure. Anywhere, really. What's neatest? I mean, the front is neatest. Run the red in and then out again. Doesn't matter if it's feeding itself. It's just going to check if the space capsule signal is 20, or to be safe, greater than or equal to 20, output green signal. Which is fine. We could then change this to be enable if there is not green signal. Unnecessary, but I don't know. Nicer to do, I think. It's the same basis then. We could change the number up and it would affect both things equally and function properly on both counts. I think that's good for this end then. We just need to check why we're not getting things delivered here. And why I haven't wired this up properly. That would also help. Not that. So there. And there. Okay. The balancers weren't balancing properly, but with a single line it's not a huge deal. This means this one is full of fuel and this has none, which isn't ideal, but they're wired up now. Should be better. Hopefully. Capsules then. Let's go back to capsule reduction. That's the start of where the issue might be. There are no capsules here. There are some on the loaders. They're just not being made fast enough. None running down the belt. Machine isn't operating, not getting low density structure, not getting steel. Predictable, we don't have enough steel. And we do know that. But okay. That's a problem we know about. Fine. Continue working, and we can manually feed in the first few capsules just to get us moving and setting things up, and over time the steel will be made. If not fast enough, then it will be made. We've got the components to send rocket, to create rockets, and they are available to our interplanetary network. So at the other end we need to set up 3 landing pads and then the infrastructure between them to juggle things properly. Similar to here, each is going to have stuff coming out and whatever. This end we need the stuff that's coming back, so we need a landing pad for, there's no barrels now, so vulcanite fuel, vulcanite ore, and we're not using the rest of this square for anything specific. We can use it for other deliveries and stuff, so I'm going to set up a station in the west here that's just going to take in the stuff that's coming back. Let's get a train station-y bit set up. It's a simplified one though, not like that, like this one. Probably one line, don't know, could be more in the end. So that's going to be... Is it going to line up? It does line up. Nice. Good. All pieces. Just going to load in, and then yeah, we'll have a... it's a bit more complicated than I thought, isn't it? We're going to want to flip this belt. When the rocket comes back, it has got ore inside it, but it'll also recover some cargo rocket sections and a capsule, which we want to feed back to get reused back to that central point of distribution. We can theoretically do all of that from a single station if we don't use loaders, if we use inserters instead with filters on them. But that means like moving that one closer to there, then getting power coverage specifically for them isn't horrific, but it's not neat and tidy at all. It's also pretty slow, so when the train comes for the rocket sections and the cargo pod, the capsule, not such a big deal. They can be loaded pretty slowly without a major issue. They're only in stacks of one, but when they come for the ore, we're going to want to load that with loaders so that it's quick enough. Therefore, going to want to use the southern station as well, and potentially the eastern one as well. So most of the square will be very empty, but we're using all the train stations, which is a massive waste of space. But I don't, what else can you do about it? Land a rocket in the middle, maybe multiple rockets. All of the capsules head east, all of the rocket parts head south, and all of the ore heads west. And there you go, kind of, I think. The amount being delivered. So vulcanite ore comes in, I want to say stacks of 10. I don't think it stacks very high. Can I check that somehow? It's that one. Don't think I can. No, because the voiding doesn't do a stack. Oh, it stacks 20 because I can tell from the delivery cannon capsules. So in a stack of 20, and a rocket brings 500 stacks. So that's 1,000. 10,000? It's 10,000 ore each delivery. I don't know how often those deliveries are going to come, but in theory, it can't be more than one every 2 minutes. And I don't think we're going to mine 10,000 out of the ground in 2 minutes anyway. But if we did, it's 5,000 a minute, 83 a second, which could be done with 2 belts. So that's fine. Not bad at all, actually. Take this again. I will go from the south, I think. Does that matter? It doesn't line up to begin with, but whereas the north does. We'll just build one manually, I guess. No stations supplying anything anywhere. Not doing the most solid of resource supply around the place at the moment. There we go. Some sulfur is successfully being moved. That's something. So that one's there. And that one runs the other half to here. One runs the other half down, of which half comes off back of it. There. And the other half here. Then loaders right. Connect that up properly. That's, yeah, splitting everything equally. And we can run 2 into that. It's fine. They'll be there for the ore. Is there any point in having more than one landing pad here? I don't think there is. I'm going to unload it quick enough. Can't see there being any issue. And the other end's only going to have one launch pad. I can't see any reason to have more. I know I want a big scale of vulcanite ore, but I think the rockets are pretty big. So if we are 23 posts in, 2 to my right. This is the central point. This doesn't align centrally, just to be particularly helpful, but let's take that out. Put it there. So this one should be named vulcanite ore. Is that the name of the item? Don't know, can't see the item there. No, the item is just called vulcanite. Let's call that vulcanite. Fine. Then 2 loaders. Those belts are in the wrong place. 2 loaders there with a filter set to vulcanite. But they're going this way. One of those belts is in the wrong place, okay. We can fix that. Like that, good. Then train station in the east, 1 line. Cargo rocket cargo rocket section. Bring that over here. Do a copy, flip and paste to this. That's not really set up perfect, but there we go. Copy, flip, and back 1. There. Poles are lined up differently. Interesting. And very, very annoying. Never mind them. Let's just copy the belted section. And line that up properly. Which be easier if I put the things in first, so let's forget all that and just get it done. Copy paste should make things quicker, not more frustrating. There, that there. Do all that for all 8 wagons. First one is there and there. The other half to there and there. The other half to there. And the final split there. Should divide that evenly as well. Doubt it really matters if everything keeps moving as it's supposed to. That's fine. Set up the southern train station, then get all these wired up properly. I've run out of packed rocket sections. That's... we need, like I said before, we need to build up the buffers so that the production rate is actually good enough. anytime we create a warehouse and we try to fill it, we're just not making them that quickly. Have I got enough of everything to actually do this? Yeah, not bad. Might not have enough belt to run everything, but it's not a disaster so far. Let's go from the left. One there. Next set into here. Next lot even further. Be the last split there. Good. We'll run that line up here until we meet our landing pad. Which is just there, so let's filter that one to space capsules, which the buffers for them are going to be pretty big. The number they're going to sit on those loaders. Oh well. It's all good, actually. Like, good use of the square, really, to get all three returning bits, including the ore and the outbound rocket parts. It does suggest to me configuring those outbound rockets specifically to the requirements at the other end, because then this square is all about Hephaestus, and we can have a square all about whatever the next planet is. It's only really the stuff going into orbit that's a bit more complicated, because we could have multiple landing pads in orbit for the same thing, in theory, because that would save us from like rebuilding every 2 minutes. Or wrong time scale for these mods, isn't it? By 2 minutes I mean 2 streams probably. At least for now we are capable of launching if I grab a capsule from somewhere. And we have a landing pad that I can return myself to safely. So we can fly to the other planet now. Like, that can be done, as long as we take the right things to come back with. So that's next stage. Let's get our inventory full of the things we need, and then we'll head to Hephaestus. And I'm not saying that we're going to do the whole thing in one trip, because I said that last time, and it was about 7 trips, 6 or 7, and even then it didn't really work, so it could take a few. Let's clear out everything and then work it out. What are we actually going to need the other end? They don't live in there, they live in there. They live in there. That's full. Okay, I'll keep them on me then for a minute. Lamps. Don't need. Combinator, those live there. The surfaces we're not going to need. I'm not going to pretty up the other planet. Landfill we might. Water pumps we definitely won't need, because there's no water there. Machines, there we go. And then I've got a tiny bit of steel on me, which I don't want to waste. Even if it is just a tiny bit. Feed it into there. Okay. Radars. Got those here, don't we? Yeah. Never mind. Just give it all those excess ones. Okay. So we're going to Hephaestus. View surface. Lovely, pretty place. It's very red, and it's the red splotches that we're after. So up here's a pretty good area. You can see that 4 big patches pretty close to each other. What's that, about 50 million in total? Little one in the middle there for a little extra. That's not a bad area to like set up towards. The actual spawn point has 7.8 million on it. Not bad going. There's a big 18 million. Yeah, we might... Don't necessarily want to set up trains over there. That's... I don't know. Don't really want to. But we might run absolutely very long belts of this ore around the place. Or we might do trains, I guess, if we have to. We've got the parts. We could head over there and set up a little direct network. So there's some Holmanite here. Could use that. Rather go to a dedicated planet for each material that's got big, rich fields. We'll see. So we're going to need... I mean, let's plan on making 2 trips. So the first trip is just to set up landing pads. So we need power, landing pad, rocket silo. That's kind of it. We need 3 landing pads for the 3 different rocket components we've set up. We'll combine those components to create a silo launching rockets back. How I'm planning to do it, we only need 1 silo for the ore to come home. I think. We're going to need warehouses to juggle things between all of that. We're going to need loaders to interact with them, and belt to go between it, probably more than that. We might need some underground, some splitters, not too many. We will definitely need a lot of power poles. Inserters, yeah, the filter ones, possibly some long handle ones. Take 1 stack, take a full stack. We could go around and fill the stacks up, actually, that's a good idea. So here is loaders. So what have we got there? Take them, put the part back. Here's belt, take all that. It's probably enough. Put that back. Splitters. We've got full stacks already. Underground. Fill that set in. White inserters. That's going to be enough, more than enough. Red ones. That's all good. Poles. Oh, should take some bigger power pole just in case. Where is that? Is that this one? Yeah. Just take a stack of the bigger one. Well, we've got warehouses. We don't need surfacing and stuff. It's everything from this square. We need a ton of solar panels and accumulators. Definitely. And some more landfill I would like, just in case. I mean, we can tell from the map, actually. And I'm an idiot. There's no water there. We don't need any landfill. There's no water on the planet. These types of machines not needed, at least not for now. While I was planning on doing biomethanol power production, we can't. So it's all going to be solar. Got to find where I put that. Down the south. Also need fuel refinery, because we're delivering solid rocket fuel in. We could liquefy at this end and barrel it, but that's pretty pointless. So we take a full stack of fuel refineries just in case. And so far, I wonder if we could really cheat and use water fill on the waterless planet. I mean, that would definitely be cheating. But I might try it just out of curiosity. Radar. Radar's nice because it lets me use the map mode to see the planet, even from distance. Whereas the satellite mode doesn't zoom out as much. We're not going to take robots. Don't think it's necessary. Let's kind of it, I think. Here's the solar panels. So want to know what ratio to take, like what ratio we're going to build. I don't... Does it work through satellite mode? So if I go to satellite mode to the planet and open the solar calculator, can I pick... Yeah, Festus, good. Take count from surface. No, what do I want? I want to request a gigawatt of power and adjust the counts to match the desired. Yeah, that's the button I should press. And that tells us we need 12,500 solar panels to get a gigawatt. That's a little awkward. It's very awkward. If we're taking or going to be using mining drill Mark II, that draws an 1/8 of a megawatt. So 8 draw a megawatt. So 80 is 10. 800 would draw 100 megawatts. Okay, so it could potentially be less. I mean, 800 is thereabouts. If we can set up 1,200 solar panels and twice as many accumulators, that could power everything. That's a lot, but yeah, like I said, I don't really see any other option at this point with the technology we've got available. Especially, I think solar is the way to go. So there we go. The main point is it's roughly 1 to 2 because it's different on different planets. Should have pointed that out before explaining it. Solar energy is 115% efficiency on this planet, but the days and nights are different length. So yeah, I've got a mod called Solar Calculator that tells us what to do. It's roughly 1 to 2. So for every stack of, if I can get back home, every stack of panels I take, we want to take 2 stacks of accumulators. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need to work out what we're taking and how as well. Let's take some more. And that is good if we could take 1,200 and 2,400. That's not going to happen. 600. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 and twice as much. That much. 1, 2, 3. This is 500,000, 15. More than that. Damn, can't fit it. I can leave some rocket fuel behind. Just dump some of that for now. Buys 2,100 to the 6, so I want another bit more. That's 2,200 to the 12. No, I'm not going to fit it here. Get rid of some electric poles instead. Probably a mistake, but there we go. And that's twice as many. Doesn't look like twice as many, does it? What have I done wrong there? I see what I've done wrong there. There is a row. There is 2 rows and then that many. That's 600 and that is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's what I'm after. Initially. As long as it's enough to make a rocket and launch a rocket, that's all that really matters to us at the moment. Okay, I'm happy. Might not be right. Happy, that's fine. The last time we went to a moon, we did not need life support. So I'm assuming we can go to this planet and we won't need life support, that it's only needed in orbit. But I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty angry looking planet, so I hope we'll be okay and not just immediately suffocate to death. Oh, I wanted to bring a little bit of water fill just to check whether we can cheat or not. Don't necessarily want to actually cheat, but I'm interested in knowing if it works or not. Which mod takes priority or whatever. The water fill or the no water. So I'll take a stack of landfill and a stack of water fill. Okay. When you launch a rocket, some of what's in the rocket gets lost. So I want to keep it in my inventory, then it won't get lost. That sounds correct. And when you return by capsule, some of what's in your inventory gets lost, so you want to put it in the capsule. I think it's that way round. We need a capsule. Or we need one, which we should be able to reuse. Not sure. We're going to crash land initially because we don't have a landing pad on the other end. So let's, I mean, we've got, I think, 2 up in the spare storage. I'm just flying in circles at this point, but we're almost there to getting all the elements together for this launch. In here, I've got 2, and then we can go see. We'd like maybe a 3rd just in case. And of course, worst case, we can force respawn ourselves back here. And that's not cheating, apparently that's just part of the mod, so if we need to, we can just force ourselves back here. We just lose what we're carrying, which none of that is critical. All of it is replaceable. Bottom of this square. Replaceable? Yeah, I mean the blueprint book is, I have it. I have the string exported in a text document, so the only place they're available is like sat out here on the loaders, which not great, but there we go. I've got 3 capsules on me. Okay, now I'm happy with that inventory. No I'm not. We're going to need to launch this rocket full of rocket sections. When we get to the other end, we're going to need to deliver this in order to get back. So I need to put a capsule in this rocket and not launch it. Wormbot's repeating himself. He's not very random, is he? So that's ready to launch, but set not to. So I can use satellite mode from the other end to launch this and get the rocket sections available. We're going to need the rocket fuel as well. That will be necessary because that's not recovered on the delivery. So we'll need that delivery. We just won't need the capsule deliveries. But I would like spares, so just one up, one to the left. We'll grab a couple more. If I can find, there we go. Now I've got 3, so those are ready to launch, and I've got 3 available. Perfect. Well, I don't know. Seems right. Not sure about perfect. That's not something I can know, I guess. Usually get something wrong, regardless of how I plan. So this one is the one I'm going to ride out there. We are going to Hephaestus. We're going to land general vicinity. Cargo safety is pretty low, but we're good. I think it'll be okay. Should also just, yeah, disable launching. We'll sort that out to be automated when it's prepared to be automated. I think that's good, but I have just noticed we're 2.5 hours in, and I'm pushing my brain today, so I'm going to take a break so I don't push it too far. Good so far. We've put a lot into place. We've got the capsules being made, although we don't have the steel. That is a problem. We've got the logistics this end. I think they're good. So we just need to sort out the logistics the other end, and then we'll be in a position to actually like build up the mining of the vulcanite and getting it like consistently and automatically delivered to us for the future, which is, I guess we're actually a bit closer than I thought we'd be. Like, good progress today, and we'll soon be there, and then into the orbital station project, which is the next major project to move on to. So yeah, I'll just be 5 minutes to stretch the legs, give the brain a rest. Do the same if you've been sat here for a long time and you're able to give your brains a rest and take a wander, stretch the legs. And yeah, when I'm back, we'll launch straight to Hephaestus and see what I've forgotten and why we have to respawn and ruin everything. But I'm sure it'll be nothing. If you are having a good time out there, by the way, and you haven't already, do consider clicking the follow button and joining us in the future. More Factorio and other games about building stuff. Do have a good time, and yeah, hopefully see you in 5 minutes and we'll carry on. to. I do want to kind of see this through to a victory. We'll see how it goes. I think we're good to launch. I am happy with what we're taking. We're set up here, ready to go. So we'll hop in the middle one. Going to Hephaestus. We haven't got a destination yet. Away we go. Longest journey we've taken. But I'm pretty sure it loads in the same time as anywhere else, so might not feel like it. Here we are. And I am not suffocating, so that's good news to begin with. Everything is still in my inventory, including the cargo pods from the rocket that survived. Could tidy up the mess we just made, but I don't really care, I guess. Sorry, alien world. Whereabouts did we land? Oh, that's nice. I was expecting to land near the, where the name is. That's like the spawn of the world. We've actually landed up near where I wanted to be, which is pretty cool. So there's some patchy vulcanite there. There's the 4 patches I want to mine and get sent back. They're here. Might need some cliff explosives, actually. Put that in the brain for later. Clear these cliffs out the way. So, I mean, this patchy bit up here I doubt we're going to go for, but if we started building power to the right of that, we could fill some. I mean, that cliff kind of gets in the way too. Is there a big open... We could just build in this open patch in the west and run a really long power cable out. Wouldn't be the end of the world, but not ideal. I'd rather... this is going to take some getting used to, don't? Yeah, I've got enough fuel to fly. That's fine. It's also pretty damn dark on this planet. So this is the patch that I don't think we'll take, but maybe we would. If we start the poles here. And of course, there's just stones and rocks everywhere. You may have noticed there are no stones and rocks back on our home planet in the train grid. It's not because I went around mining them all up religiously, it's because I found a console command that just deletes them all. So in a significant radius around our base back home, there's no rocks, no trees. Which is cheating, but it's just cosmetic, so I'm allowing myself to do it. And we might do it to this planet too, because this is annoying, obviously. There's the beginnings of a grid, so 1 panel to 2 accumulators. If we put 4, we'd want to put 8, which isn't bad, other than they're not actually powered. Need the bigger power pole to cover them. Need 2 bigger power poles. That's... oh, no. Like that. Don't like that either. Could we place these differently? So they are all powered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can do. They extend out a bit. They'll be touching, which isn't the end of the world. The other option is to do like more than 4. Do 1, 2, 5, 6. That's 10 in that kind of space. We then did 20 accumulators in the same. Not going to happen with this kind of power coverage. But with 1 pole there, maybe? Not really. It's like 9, 10, 11, 12, 18. 19, 20, don't love it. Don't like that at all, really. Let's try a different layout till we find one I think is pretty enough to use. We could do straight lines like a long way over. And it's the same really, it's the same as what I just did in a different orientation. Won't matter. No, I think the basic's still the best. Not most space efficient, but still. Whether they're like that or different. That's also an option. Don't like that. 1, 2, 3. That's not powered. That's something. No, don't like that either. Let's go this way. Then it's the same. That then tiles. No, it doesn't. Oh, because it can't overlap there, so the next one would be there. Interesting. And you could fit more like that. No. It's not so simple is the only thing. For that, without the bigger power poles everywhere. Also an option, but don't really want to. Every other row, I guess I didn't really bring enough to do that. Nope. I'm definitely on groups of 4 for the panels. Just how to make nice neat groups of 8. Doesn't need to be 8. Could be 16. Could work at twice as many. I don't think that really helps. 16 isn't like a better number to work with. And it is about the power coverage really. We can do more vertically. Trying to fit 16 in this space. Doesn't go like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, don't like that. Who knew this is what we'd spend most of our time doing today? Like, that is a massive waste of space. There's too much empty space around it. Don't like that. Can do as discussed, but no, that won't overlap good. Can't do that. About with a bigger pole there. Where they gone? There they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Close. Not without upgrading another pole. I mean, that's an option. Then there and there. That's 8 to 16, or it's 4 to 8. And the next one's mirrored. Just doing the 3 bigger poles down the middle. Okay, don't hate it. This is producing 1.8 megawatts. Not bad. Interesting. Let's assume I'm happy with that. Take all the excess poles away. And let's assume I'm happy with them being here as well, which, I don't know, good a guess as any. For this one in the top right. Start building them down. Preparing for my inventory to get full of junk. Oh well, hopefully we can build faster than we have to dig up rocks. Doesn't look likely though, that's a lot of rocks. Oh well. Yeah, actually, happy with the way that looks. That's fine. Good. Build out quite a lot, actually, from the looks of it. Going quite slow, obviously, still. Bad, is it? What's that up to now? Up to 15 megawatts. 8 drills per one. It's not bad going. Don't know how much the other stuff is going to draw. Fuel refinery is very little. Up to a megawatt. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's quite a bit. Silo doesn't seem to use anything, nor the landing pad. Fine. Might not be bad then. Couple fuel refineries and a whole bunch of drills is pretty much all we're running here. Well, I don't know what the future will bring, I guess, but in the future, if we need to use the planet for anything else, we can bring some new magic technology to power it all with. I know there's things in the mod pack beyond nuclear, fusion, and singularity power, I think. So if any of those can be done without water, then maybe we'll give them a go. Which reminds me, can we cheat? You can. Okay. You can use the water fill mod to make water on the waterless planet. If we build this huge chunk of solar farm in and it's not enough, I might cheat. We will water fill and make some biomethanol power here. Or nuclear, one or the other. Always full of junk again. Let's just make a temporary junk dump and tidy that up later, or you know, forget and not. I've run out of big power poles. Okay, that is a problem. I think we'll keep placing until we run out of panels and stuff. And then we'll have to come back with more power poles, which, you know, like I said, we were always going to have to make multiple trips. Ah, I've come too far. I want to cut that last one. Don't want to overlap with the ore that we're going to be mining up. Dump junk again. Am I too close here? That looks good, actually. As long as we run the drills south, run the belts south out of the drills, we can put the next one here. That'll be there. Next one there. So on, how far are we? I've got a lot of panels left to go. It is always slow progress with solar. You need to build a lot to make the power, but not bad. Like layout and space used and space available here. I think we probably can power the lot through solar. Even better when we research the upgraded solar panels and can make more solar per panel. If we ever get there. lots of rocks again, am I? Short on space again. Oh well. We're getting close to the end of the panels now, okay. Pretty nice. We've got 2 columns of this design done. We're at the top now. Could go further north, actually. It's possible. But I think we'll head east first of all and do more columns and then see. So we've got 24 more panels. That's 16, so 1.5 more. That's annoying. There we go. Cut that half out. Build that half in. Okay, a lot of them are not running because I don't have enough of the bigger power pole. But even the ones that are running, we've got up to 60 megawatts, which good start, definitely. Next journey, we bring more power poles and maybe more panels and more accumulators to fill in. Even more generation there. Dump all this stone and coal back in with the others, with their friends. Good. That's the power. I would like a couple of radars to cover it. Put one in the corner. And then we can use the mini-map to line up the big blue scan range. Interesting. Maybe we do keep going further north with them. Let's find out where the radar would go. A little further. Like, yeah, up there. Okay. Here-ish. Just get these stones out of the way. Cool. Can go a bit further as well. That's too far. Okay. Yeah, so there would be good. Fine. So we can do more cells when we've got more panels on us to head all the way up to that point for the radar coverage to make sense. Fine with that. Good. So they're all going to mine up. They're going to head southbound. Where do we put the launch pad? Maybe in this patch to the east of this one. It's going to run down and over, cross and up, cross and up. Pull it all together, feed it into... Yeah, I think that'll be okay. There's one there as well. Could put it in this region, just, you know, cliffs in the way and stuff. I think here's good, so southeast of this patch, or east of this patch. Bring the power poles over. And then down somewhere. Where do we think? Yeah, around here-ish. Let's go with there. Just get all of these rocks out of the way. Good. Couple more rocks there. And there. Let's say outbound silo. One in line with the bottom of there, maybe. So one more down. Yeah, about there. And then that's going to be where the silo lives. Like that. We're going to want fuel refineries. There's 8 inputs, 2 on every corner, so we don't have to feed it in the bottom corners. It's probably going to be loading ore in the bottom there. This might feed it in the top corners. I can line it up. Why does it fit there, there, and there? Making liquid. Put the inserters on. Let's be symmetrical this time. That's going to have rocket fuel. Is the simple one. So we're going to have landing pads To the east or to the north? Let's go with north and then sort them. And work it out. So landing pad number 1. Let's go with here. Isn't that 1, 2? No, we won't fit all 3 in that case. If we're doing them north, well, I can do them over to the right a bit as well. There's 3 of them. It's a bit awkward. Let's do like a square, including the silo. So 1 up there is fine. Then we'll have 1 down here. Is that going to work? Might do. We'll see. Finish that off around the outside. Don't need those poles yet. Guess we'll see. Could have moved it up. Whatever. And then this one, we'll go there. Work out where that's actually coming from in a second. Probably this one. Each needs a loader. No, 3 loaders. Emptying them. Say like that. Bottom 1. No, not 3. Sorry. Each of them needs 2. The one with the rocket fuel needs a 3rd. So let's put this one as the rocket fuel one. Change them. Not a fan at the moment. Of the layout. I think we need different, and I think we need more space. That's going to be the top. Let's just start up there. Get rid of them rocks. Work out what poles are actually needed when we got them all. Let's go a crossways, so there'll be that there. And that one in the gap here. Get rid of the rocks. And the next one will be in this here. Get rid of a few more rocks. Finish off the power poles around the outside of all that. Just to look pretty. Then we can have loaders at the bottom of each. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. I think. I'm not entirely sure how this is going to work, but let's run with it. So we're going to have change them round. Rightmost will be capsules. Middle one's going to be rocket sections. And then the leftmost here is going to be the rocket fuel. There we go. And that's going to run down and into those 2 machines, which, yeah. Not like that, maybe. Can we do that different somehow? What about putting them on this side instead? Running about here. Putting that on the side, maybe? I mean, sure. Yeah, that's fine. Keeps it out of the way and everything. As it's like different to what's going on with the others. That is fine. Then we need like a warehouse for each thing. Let's say join them together. Do we join them together? Maybe, maybe not. Let's have the warehouse there and there. And then 3 loaders in? No, still not happy with that. There and there, 3 loaders in the top. Not great, but maybe. I do want bits of belt in front of them. Let's move that one down so that we can control with the circuit network, because you can't control an underground or a loader or anything like that. Let's move them down a bit so we can run bits of belt before going underground. That one there, that one there. Yeah. We have already been struck and damaged by meteorites. And I said, meteorite ammo can wait. Sure. We might need to plan that out sooner then. But that again is relatively easy. All we're going to have is an extra landing pad on the right here. It unloads meteorite ammo into a couple of meteorite guns. And these parts will get fed into here. With a 4th loader, I guess. Don't like that. If there were a 4th loader, it would be there. So we'll need to reorganize all these belts. Let's plan ahead for that. 4th loader will live there. Tidy that up a bit, that one to there, that one to there. 4th loader will live there. Not great, but whatever, you know, good enough. Good enough. That's ready for that. Good. So the point is, if we have enough rocket sections being reclaimed from the other ancillary deliveries, stop it from asking for more, like before it has to. So before the cargo pad for rocket sections backs up, stop it from asking for more. I think the way to do that is to stop the belt on the output when this warehouse has got enough, you know, a certain amount, arbitrary amount. I think I will just move them down one. They're kind of like halfway between the silo and the pad. We could just move the silo up, I guess. That's probably a better option. Probably. More sensible. Let's cut that out. And move all that up. That there. That's better, I think. And then they're just going to load out and in, out and in. No. Need to use inserters so we can stop them. Which they're one away. So do I want the warehouses off center or the cargo rocket further off center? Because the refineries, I think I'm going to move the warehouses down one. And then your inserters there and there. We're going to want to get this network connected out, so connect both of the inserters to the silo. Let's say the one on the left is going to be, we already did say, it's going to be rocket sections. So if rocket sections are less than 100, load up more, and then this one, if capsules is less than 1, load one in. this warehouse, it would be better if it was just a chest, because we don't need this much storage space for capsules. But you don't get as many sides to put loaders onto when it's a chest. So I'm going to have a massive warehouse restricted to maybe not one slot. I mean, we configure the delivery to be 2 rows, so I guess we need to make it bigger than 2 rows. Let's call it 3. And this can be full, that's fine. Just going to empty the junk out of my inventory for just keeping organised, you know. Okay. I think, yeah, the capsule's going to come out and be delivered. If we've got capsules around the place, we want to stop them, yeah. So it's specifically, might put it on a green network just to differentiate what's in the silo. Do we want to include what's in the silo? Yes. So let's use the red network and connect. The inserters will get confused unless we separate them with a decider. So we want the green, but we want the silo. So run the green up as well, but don't touch the inserters. Grab the warehouses. And then they always run. On this one we potentially stop the sections. On this one we potentially stop the these capsules. So when this lands, it always unloads its capsule, but this one doesn't necessarily if we want to force it to stop. In this case, if the number of capsules we've got is more than or equal to 20, don't ask for more. No, not right. 10. Could be 11. But we don't want any sat on the belt, so that tiny room. 1 in the silo, 30 in the warehouse. If the warehouse drops to 10, it has space for 20 more. A delivery will be 20. So they'll deliver in 20. It'll go in. We'll have enough. It'll stop any more from unloading. Doesn't really solve the problem. Unless you can restrict. No. That's complicated. We'll need to test it. We only want to launch if there's space in the landing pad. I assume by restricting it, it will only launch if there's space in the unrestricted parts. That's fine. The problem is when it lands, it's going to unload 2 rows of capsules and then the surviving rocket sections. And if they can't be unloaded because it's restricted, I don't know what happens to them. I think they're lost, which we don't want. We want to reuse them. They're expensive to make. But if we unrestrict any more, then like we're always going to have that problem. Brain whirring away, cogs turning. It only shoots not if there's space, but if it's empty. That's right, yeah, the automated system for the rockets will only launch if it's completely empty. That's fine then. So there'll be some sat on that loader, which are a problem for the numbers. This can fit some 10 plus a delivery. This stops. It's the wrong way round. This stops if there's more than 10 here. So I think it is probably going to over-deliver, but that's fine as long as it over-delivers by a small amount. It's just like, maybe this could be restricted a bit more or less. Maybe 10 isn't the right number, I don't know, and it doesn't matter, I guess. Don't have to get it perfect, just have to get it functional. Rocket sections by the same similar logic. Maybe we go for like 200. 2 rockets worths if we've got that many stop delivering more. Then when we launch a rocket and it drops down, we'll unload what's in the pad and they'll deliver more. Should be fine. Could set it higher. Don't need to. I think that's good. I think we don't need to restrict this. We don't need to restrict this because we're limiting it here. So what's the point in restricting it? All it will do is cause it to physically back up. We're already forcing that with the signals. I think that's good. Warehouses there just so we can measure what we've got. When we've got enough, stop unloading, which forces it from stopping the deliveries. Good. Did I bring anything with us that we haven't used on? Nope. We're good. We could happily take a trip back home to get some drills and maybe some more solar power. Therefore, can we make a trip back home? We'll need to launch the rockets. So if I go home, yeah, with satellite mode, and use our satellite to instruct these rockets to launch. Here they are. Rocket parts. I need to... Okay. Need to rename these. So this is called solid rocket fuel. This is called cargo rocket section. This is called space capsule. Back home. You are delivering to any landing pad with the name of cargo rocket section, and you launch on cargo full. I can see the problem. No, I can't. We'll check it in a minute. This guy is going to anywhere called solid rocket fuel on cargo full as well. And this, I mean, we can configure. It's going to anywhere called space capsule, but it's not ready. Sorry, any landing pad with named space capsule. When green signal fuel full. But it's just not got the capsules to do that. Status is loading fuel. Okay, so it hadn't loaded in enough already for this journey because it didn't know how much to load. I think we do want like some kind of liquid tanks, and we will fill them all the time, and then they can feed into the three different. So we'll change that when we get back. So try and find out why the rocket fuel is not running on the belts. Any particular reason that would happen? Appears to be set properly. They're wired properly. That bit is. They all are. No, they're not. Sorry, back home. Green wire. That needs plugging into each of them. It's the bit that's missing. That'll release one of them. Good. Okay. That's why they have not launched yet. We weren't supplying the fuel. Okay. We need 80,000 fuel to launch this. I mean, that's like a bigger limitation than how quickly we're making the rocket parts or anything like that. You may well need a greater manufacturing potential of fuel around here. That's fine. It's probably okay this end though, right? Don't know. It's a consistent journey, but it only needs 20,000 for the return for whatever reason. Okay. So we can't go home until those are launched, right? I mean, we can just hop in a capsule and hope we've got enough fuel on us to make the journey, but I don't think we do. Pretty sure we don't, even if we left everything behind. Oh. Could put everything in a box for safekeeping and then forcibly respawn ourselves. Two boxes. What if I just wanted to go home? What would we could emergency burn back home. It's not bad. We can, I mean, could just dump the capsule and make a new one, but we could also refit it. We'll lose inventory, so if you I just didn't bring the inventory. Keep it safe on the planet because we're coming straight back. Well, not straight back, but we're coming back. You wanted to take a few bits and pieces, we could. It's not really necessary. Although a bit of fuel will let us jetpack back to safety. Do we just burn home and speed up the process? I think we do. Yeah. The correct journey home would take forever. There's a lot of orbits between the two places. And we happen to have emergency burned to the landing pad. That's nice of us. What do we need to refit that? Repair packs, heat shielding, low density. Can't really be bothered. Just gonna fly up and get rid of it, I think. No, we do want we need one to fly back to that planet with, so let's retrofit this one. Heat shielding, low density, and repair packs. Stone, iron, and copper. Okay. Up one more. I need these storage tanks, piping. Fuel refinery, storage tanks and piping seems fine. It's going to take a lot of storage tanks. We might want to craft one of the mod ones with the extra storage. If we can spare 112 steel. Stores 200k in one big tank. It's probably worth doing. Just get a bunch of steel then to make one of them. There we go. And then let's not waste that steel. Put it in one of these. Copper, iron, stone. Not enough of any of them. Stone, iron, copper. There we go. That'll make us enough repair packs. And then low density and heat shielding are southwards, where we're making rocket stuff. No cargo rocket section packed. I think we have a steel issue. Well, I know we have a steel issue, but I think we have a bigger steel issue. Not good. There's low density, but they're not making many because they don't have steel. Sure. That's heat shielding there. Where is that recipe again? That one. That's enough heat shielding. Almost there on the low densities. There we go. I'll get rid of that. There. Okay. Rest is junk order. We'll sort that out in a minute. Got the capsule recovered so we can reuse that to fly back. Am I sinking? I think I'm sinking again. Hang on. Let me sort the chair out. I was sinking. Okay. take this away. And take that away, I guess. Means grabbing a whole bunch of this. Okay. Still loading. Wow. Okay, take all that then. Grab that. Grab these machines out of the way. A bit more in there, but keep some for jetpack. And then, where's that big tank? What's it look like? Very ugly, but okay. Where could we put that? Down this end? Sure. Sure. Somehow. Move this belt as well. Could cut it a lot sooner. Yeah, whatever. Got that back. Big tank. Let's go with there. It's got 3 lines. That one to there. Well, I don't know if it wants more than one pipeline though. Depends how much each one can deal with. I mean, it's a throughput issue rather than a quantity issue, so it's not too big of a deal. It's also emptying them out. No? What? Going up? How are they going up? Am I crazy? It was like they're balancing between themselves. They're putting a little bit back into the tank or something. Must have been something weird in one of the fluid boxes, no big deal. Fuel refineries then. I guess we make a whole row of them. Maybe 2 rows, maybe 3, I don't know. Not like that, maybe like that. Maybe. Join them somehow. That row's pretty nice, it just feeds straight in. This row won't. Could we just go further across? It's just a bit out of place, I guess. How compact the thing really is, because it's not doing much. I could just head out like that. Sure. If that single pipe can handle this many machines. What are they making? 50 liquid every second. So that's making 800 every second. Sounds like too much. Does sound like too much. What could we do about that? I mean, you know, have a second pipeline is the obvious answer. Let's turn these around. Remove all that. Copy paste that. Didn't bring my robots home with me. So copy paste doesn't actually help. There we go. Then same deal here. I guess I need to go get some long-handled inserters. Just run the belt once down here. Again, copy paste isn't going to help me. Let's go get some inserters to finish this off with. We're going to split that as well. Somehow I've got the splitter on me, of course. Had it before. Could run the belt closer now. I guess. Don't know, I kind of liked it further away, but it's fine. It's where it fits with everything else, other than sending it a lot further away. Rather not. And I'd rather split that going in a straight line and loading, and then the bit coming off goes this way to be liquefied. Let's go get those inserters. They are needed. While we're up there, get rid of the junk I scooped and just put back the piping because it's all done. Unless I want more machines. don't really know how many we would have. Well, I guess we could do some math on that and just stab at a number. Junk. Why have I forgotten what I came for? There, inserters. And some white ones from down here. There we go. Good. Further south. Delivery coming in, cool. Yeah, robots aren't doing it for me, of course. There. That pipe is very empty, so I'm sure that's could definitely fit more if we wanted to go further along or even do a couple more rows or something, I don't know. Don't need water anymore, but just use this to calculate it before I delete it. We are making liquid rocket fuel 80,000, 3 rockets. So if we wanted to launch a rocket every minute, it would be this. 80 refineries. We can't launch that fast, we can only do it that fast. It would be 40 refineries with 1 belt feeding in, which we can do. Still seems like massive overkill. For whatever reason, these have emptied some out. Or I'm missing something. Didn't launch, did it? Am I crazy? Oh, one of them launched. Okay. And the one on the other end is ready to come back. Don't know how it got a capsule. Oh, because the... Okay, we do have a problem. I'm an idiot. Somewhat related, those two things. We do have to deal with that. The issue is 3... no, we're good. The whole... I went through it earlier and it's okay. 3 capsules are going to come in for every full set. So we've had a capsule back, we'll get another capsule. But as long as we're returning ore faster, it won't be an issue. And I believe we will be returning ore faster, so we'll see. If I added another set on the end here, which copy paste doesn't help because there's no robots. It's the wrong way around as well. The copy paste helps with a couple of things. Remembering the settings on stuff and the recipe, so okay, kind of worth it. That's 20, right? Yeah. So that would create enough fuel to launch 3 rockets every 4 minutes. Seems like plenty, really. Initially slow, but once they're built up and there's even a buffer of 2 rockets worth, 2.5 rockets worth, I think that's good. We'll leave that. We still have a major shortage of capsules, but there we go. Have we launched? Must have launched that one too now. Yes, it's in here. Okay. And in here, it's loaded the sections in ready to launch. It's prevented it from unloading anymore because we got enough. Therefore, it won't deliver anymore. Likewise here. I mean, not likewise. It's just full of fuel, which it doesn't need configuring because if it's there's no buffer on the fuel. It's the opposite problem. We should install a buffer on the fuel on the other side. When this is literally empty, we need to wait. If the rocket at the other end is ready, you're waiting about 30 seconds to get a delivery in. It can wait 30 seconds. There's that decided. That's all good. no issues that end. So I'm happy to launch myself back over there if we stock up on mining drills and medium power poles. And maybe some more solar power, but that's not necessary now. Not for this trip. This trip, mining drills, medium power poles. Capsule will get us home. I think no, we're good. We're good at this stage, I think. Medium power poles. Let's take a bunch. Should be enough. Mining drill Mark II is there. 2,359 of them. We definitely don't have enough power for that. But I mean, why not take them? There's no reason not to take them. That I can think of. Making progress today, doing well. As long as it all works in the end. If it all kind of falls apart and doesn't work in the end, then it's not really progress, I guess. Let's up in the middle, put our refurbished capsule in. I guess when we launch, we're going to be going to any landing pad named Space Capsule, but luckily there's only one of them at the moment, so we're good. Why didn't this... Did I accidentally put the capsule into the one next door somehow? How did I manage that? And can I undo it? No. Okay, let's go find a capsule somewhere then. Must have had my cursor in the wrong place at the wrong time. Okay. One there. 3 there. $12 steel was available. I mean, that's slowed down even more. Where is it? There. Yeah, that has slowed down even more. A lot more. We are struggling on steel. We can just get a little further, get a little bit of vulcanite ore back here with what we've got. Then we can set up steel ingot production. Which I think we probably need to do before we do meteorite ammo. That's awkward. But okay, fine, whatever. We've this one. I could have just taken that rocket. Would have caused trouble with that amount of fuel. Never mind. How has that happened? Oh! It happens because I've put inserters here that take out this capsule. Okay. That's why it happens. I can't launch this either, can I? I can, but I don't want to. Let's go get another capsule. Did I mention me being an idiot? We're getting to that point where I've just done too much with these mods today, and we'll only be able to do a few simple things for the rest of the session. This time it shouldn't take it out. No, it has. In order to sit in that box. I thought if you put it in there, it would... No. Interesting. Let me just turn them round. Then load it in. Then it's preparing, so I should be able to turn them back. And it can't take it out because it's fed it into this rocket rather than sitting in the silo. I think. Good. I'm in. Yes, it's ready. Good. Away we go. I hope. This time we land nice and neatly on a landing pad. Beautiful. And the capsule will come out and be fed in, I guess. There's a couple here already, of course, from the other ones that launched. Good. Scoop up everything I left behind. There we go. Good. Everything seems to be behaving so far. Let's get the missing power poles put into our solar grid. Get the correct amount of production. Or close to it. It's not exactly the right ratio, obviously. Like I did 1 to 2, but it's 1 to 2 point whatever. So it's not going to be exactly right. This is a slow surface to run on compared to home. Maybe I should have brought some of that nice platforming to run on. That could be a future thing. There we go. 69 megawatts. Nice. That'll keep us powered for a while. Start getting power coverage on the nearest patch of ore. Get rid of all the rocks on it as well. Not all of them. Maybe them up there too while we're there. A few more in the middle here. Just redo them poles. Good, copy all that. That's more like it. No rocks getting in the way. Probably another row down the bottom here too. Probably going to be needed. Maybe one on that corner. Let the robots sort all that out. Tidy all that rubbish up. Good. Just dump all that stone over in the giant warehouse full of rubbish. And then get some mining drills down. Ooh, off centre there. Do I want to bother with them? Probably not. And that number's a bit low actually. Should have checked that. Don't want the drills running out like 5 minutes from now. If it's a bit, we'll mine it up, but no point really in the short-lived ones. Don't want to be coming back to dig them up or anything, so I'll just sit there doing nothing forever. Which isn't the end of the world. We've got plenty of spare drills. We probably will need to make future journeys here, actually, because we'll need to hook up more and more vulcanite deposits, I imagine. That's all good. A rock survived. There we go. That one I think we leave. Not too bad despite that big hole in the middle. There and there. Back up we go. Even that one's alright. Sure. There and there. Yep, we'll do them. Oh yeah, you can't see the numbers, they're behind my face. It's telling me how much each drill has got available to it. If it's more than like 20,000, then I'm placing it. If it's less, then I'm leaving it. Many of them are a lot more than that, which is good. That's a bit low. There's all good. That one there, that's no good on that side. That's okay. There. I'm not going to bother with those little bits on the edge. That's about it. What have we got there? That's 146 drills. Not bad. They're not running at the moment, so I can't see the power draw, but okay. Let's run these to the end and then work out how many lines this actually is. And whether that's significant. Not going to bother balancing the sides either. Unless we discover that we have to. Not sure actually, the mining rate makes me think we might need multiple missile silos to send these back. Rocket silos. Looks like I have at least enough belt to do this patch. And we can do the other ones in the future. I guess I want to get some back and get steel with pyroflux up and running to fix our steel shortage and get this working properly. Then we can come back and do some more patches. Or I can, I can even do that off stream. Just building mining patches isn't thrilling. We need to factor in the speed of mining here, which is complicated to do with all the different factors. So let's use this one that I was going to delete and forgot. We've got vulcanite. We don't know how much yet. We are mining it from the ground. We've got 146 drills. Up the number until that says 146. A little less than that. Little less than that. Okay, a bit less than that. 4250, a little more. 4275, roughly there. So we're going to be mining up 4,275 vulcanite a minute. Sounds like a big number. I don't know how that then gets broken down and turned into like the usable number, but it sounds like a lot just from this one patch. It's good. Very nice. This is 1.583 belts, so 146 drills over 1.583 belts. We can fit 92 drills on a belt. So these 3 lines is 69. These 3 lines is 77. So we can just combine them into 2 belts. Left 3, right 3. And they're heading right bound. So let's do that. And stuck on a rock. That. Might as well balance the 2 lines at the end. Then I'm just going to do straight corner, I think, rather than wiggling it around. So we'll extend the coverage out here, get these rocks out of our way. And these are going to be leftmost inputs. There and there. I think if we do end up using all of this side to input, then we would need a second launch pad. So I'm going to go with there and there. Likely prettier. Good. Vulcanite goes in. This one needs setting up. Any landing pad with name Vulcanite. Launch on... See, on cargo full is a bit dangerous in that the drills might run out and it's got half a load and could come and fix us, but I think on cargo full is fine. I just noticed that we don't... The fuel's not coming in how I want. Can I... don't have another modded tank, but I could use the default ones. 2 or 4 of them would be good. I think I will change this like we did at the other end. So let's set a 4 tanks here. Connect them in. I think that's the right spot. And then maybe a couple extra refineries. You know, as we did 1, 2, 3, 4 of them like that. It's not bad going. If it all works out. Doesn't quite line up very nice. It's a shame. In which case, I'd turn them around. If we have to wiggle the pipe work around, do it on this side. Into there, and I guess long-handled. Does that matter? I want 1 in every second, which long-handled will be okay with. I'll build it a bit faster. I mean, it'll be fine, I guess, when it's up and running. This load is almost full already. Are we going to need more rockets? It doesn't really matter at this point, but I can see us needing them in the future. Like we can't load and launch fast enough for the amount we're mining up. Very, very possible that could be an issue. It will be interesting to see. For now, I'm happy to be getting some Vulcanite back home. That's all that I really care about right now. We're okay here for now. More capsules coming automatically. It needs to be sorted, but steel is the answer to that, really. A lot more steel. In any case, this can be set to launch on cargo full. We just need more fuel and then it'll take us home. Job done. Vulcanite is being mined in more than we were before, for sure. Which reminds me, actually, if I go to Everdome, it's the old moon we were on. It's no longer important. I was keeping it just in case we wanted to copy paste anything, but we ended up not needing like this cascading power generation. It's just not going to be relevant to our situation. There are things here I'd love to recover, but I mean, it just can't be bothered. That's a lot of meteor defense installations I would love to recover, but it doesn't have a rocket silo set up, right? So I can't get home except by emergency burn. It's not worth it, I don't think. So we're just gonna rebuild them and deal with it. I think we can delete surface. Confirm. Nope. Cannot delete things where we've already built. Okay. So it's irrelevant, whatever. It'll sit there forever. I thought we could just erase it to save the headspace in the game. Not that this game ever needs that. Rocket is loaded, ready to go. We are coming home. With some ore. And we'll see what happens to our capsule and rocket parts. It'll be interesting. There goes the... It was 2 lines we needed. Where are the rocket parts? They're so condensed. I was expecting it to look bigger. But okay, there we go. And then there should be a capsule. That's not going to trigger anything because the capsule is going to run out onto one of these loaders, which, thinking about it, why don't we cut that down to just have one? We don't need to be loading this fast for capsules. So it's just going to sit on one of these, and they will eventually, when enough are launched, they'll back up and actually tell a train to come and get them. But that'll take a while. And it's part of that like buffer that I was talking about that needs to build up on all these things. Probably the same for those rocket parts. Like there's just not enough of them for it to come and get them. Though they could do with being able to load quicker. When, yeah, I can't even see them. There's that few, I guess. It'll take time for us to see whether the trains behave the way they're supposed to with those items. There's not enough of them at the moment. Still, I mean, it's unloading as quick as it's loading the other end. At least quicker, actually. The other end's 1.5 belts. This is 2. So, yeah, this should be ready for the next load in time. And here we are. We have not a huge amount, but some ore. This is not configured properly. Wire is disconnected there. But, you know, it's a few thousand, I guess. It's not bad. That there, I don't have a constant combinator on me. We'll need to go get one to finish that off, which is probably the next thing to do. Not bad. I mean, we could go connect up more, but I think just getting things up and running is best, and then we can upscale it pretty easily going forward. That's all good. Good enough. Yeah, we're good. Let's clear out the inventory a bit, and then make a proper plan of attack for what's next. Clear out and refresh bits we need. I don't need water fill on me, for example. Otherwise, I've got some good stuff. Not bad going. That was pretty easy. 2 trips. Things are okay the other end. The one thing I didn't check, don't want there, one here, was if everything is running, what's the power draw, but it's not running because it's filled up the next rocket already. But it can't make the fuel fast enough to launch it. Oh, we should have done more fuel then. Damn. I mean, either this is enough, like this one patch is enough forever, or we're going to need multiple rockets launching it back and multiple landing pads receiving it back. Or something. Cool. Little concerning, but cool. For now, fine. We got plenty of that spare. Oh, this. Can't put stone in here. Get rid of that and that. Get rid of... I mean, some of this, really. There we go. Can I throw that stone into one of these? Nope. This one? Nope. Yes. Good. Put the drills back in their box, whichever one that was. That one. We did not use that many at all. Very cool. I don't need to carry that many of these around here because we've kind of replaced most of the power poles. Same with that. I don't need to carry those capsules around. Let's feed them back into the system. Don't need refineries on me at the moment. Cargo pods I don't need. Radars I don't need to carry around at the moment. That's full, so get rid of them. Other stuff is nice to have. We're like low on the amount of stuff we're carrying, but it'll do to begin with. I'll just grab a few more warehouses, that'll do us. Yeah, let's get them capsules fed into the system. And then, yeah, we need to do something with this vulcanite. That's why it's here. We want to do something with it. I don't remember what we did before. I remember getting it wrong before. I remember wasting a huge amount of it because I'd just set it up in a bad way, very wasteful way. So we need to do it different. Feed them capsules in here. Need to know what it's used for in total, including things we're not currently doing, so we know how to separate it within our grid. So vulcanite is coming back, and this is used to send vulcanite places, to be crushed into its elements. Vulcanite is used in matter liberation data. What? You feed in vulcanite, matter liberation data, and particle stream. you get out, or you potentially get back your matter liberation data, or it's potentially broken. You get more particle stream out. Okay. Material fabricator synthesizes new materials. This creates particle stream. Okay. And it can be turned into matter, which can then be turned into things. So is particle stream going to be relevant to us at any point? It is used. I want what it's made from initially. So one of these recipes that doesn't have it as an ingredient from matter, sure. There. Yeah, that's the one. So being able to synthesize more of it, kind of irrelevant if we could just make material testing packs, sand and plasma stream instead. So I don't think we care about holding back vulcanite specifically for that usage. Or for any other usage in this list. So we don't need vulcanite. It is currently on the train network because it's just arrived and there you go. It doesn't need to be. We could process it within that square into crushed and enriched. So crushed is used. No, that's where it comes from. Crushed is used. Have I got that wrong? No, because I clicked usage. Okay, so crushed is used to send crushed around in enrichment to create more enriched in vulcanite block, which is the key thing we currently want, and that's all. So the crushed doesn't need to go on trains. The enriched, I think it does. So it's used in enrichment. It's used to make the vulcanite blocks. It's also used to make iridium blast cake using iridium powder, and the blast cake is used to make iridium ingot. So is there an alternate source of iridium? No. So the only way of getting iridium includes enriched vulcanite. Iridium ingot is used to make iridium plate, which is used in various important things. Therefore, we need enriched vulcanite to be available on the train network, and we need vulcanite block. So we can't do that in this square without combining some other thing or disposing of some other thing. It's a bit of a shame, actually. It's a bit wasteful, but no big deal. We'll have a square that does vulcanite processing somewhere. The obvious one is like right next door, but it might be an idea to keep planet deliveries in a similar area. Just doesn't matter, actually. Next time we need to go to another planet, we're going to need more rail squares. We're running out. We can tidy some bits up, but yeah. I think we'll just go here. We'll go in L48. And this is going to have vulcanite delivered. It's going to crush it. It's going to enrich it. It's going to create vulcanite blocks. And at some point in the future, it's going to put the enriched onto the rail network. So we need vulcanite in, enriched out, and block out. We're going to need to make a plan. Sub-factory. What square was that? Sorry, L48. One second. I've got the bugs coming in through the window. And now I do not have bugs coming through the window. So we are making... I don't really know what we're making, do we? We're making vulcanite block, but we're also wanting to make some iridium... No, some spare enriched vulcanite in addition. That could be something we do separate. Like we have vulcanite delivered here to make blocks and elsewhere to make the iridium. So we just need to not use all of our vulcanite here. If we can, I don't know. So we've done this before, but we need to do a better job this time, and a bigger job, I guess. So the blocks can be made in an industrial furnace. We have those available. The block is made, so petroleum is going to be delivered in barrels. Water is going to be pumped where we are. The steam, theoretically, we can use it for, like, I don't know, power generation or something at the moment, but it's probably easier just to vent it. You need twice as much enriched as crushed. Enriched we will get through enrichment. Crushed goes into that as it's feeding it to itself. This is where we need to use the matrix in a second. Crushed we get from crushing in the pulverizer. Sand is marked as a byproduct. Okay. Ah, man, it's annoying. There's the vulcanite. So we don't know how much we've got available. We know how much we're mining up, but we don't know the throughput rate of that that's actually making it to us. If everything we mined up was getting here, it's a little bit less than that. It's a tiny bit less than that. 4 to 7.5. Yeah. 427.5 a minute blocks. Which, I don't know how good that is, really. I'll just theoretically put in the next level of steel we're going to do. Make steel ingot. We're on molten iron from pyroflux, which is made from block. So 427 block makes less than 1,000 ingot, which is, yeah, okay, not bad. Whatever is, this doesn't really matter, don't know why I'm doing it. It's like 641, sorry, typed that wrong. Yeah, so 6,410 steel plate could be made from the amount of vulcanite we're mining up. Although I haven't done the matrix solving, so this is wrong. But for a rough guide, it's a lot, but it's not really enough, interestingly. So we're going to need to make sure everything we're mining up is making it back to us in full pace, and mine up more and get that back to us in full pace as well. It's not unexpected, just add some complication in how we're going to move all that. We might need a second delivery point to get it onto the rail network fast enough. I mean, this can unload 8 belts worth. You know, it's not bad going. That might be good enough. It's gonna be interesting. We'll scale it, like I said, we'll scale it up in the future, but we want to plan our processing to be able to handle the scaled up version. So this isn't enough. Let's switch to the matrix. Does not need configuration, so it thinks it knows what it's doing. What concerns me about that is the stone. It's magically making it? Oh no, stone's the byproduct, not the input. Okay. The problem is getting the enriched into the enrichment. It's not accounting for. That's what I'm missing in my head. I guess it's feeding it into itself in a manner, but okay. If we want to scale up, and we've currently got the 146, and I think we can quadruple that easily, plus a bit. So that would be 600 plus a bit easily, if we can get the rocketry to send it home, because that's not currently happening. So for the fuel at the moment, which just needs more refineries, it's not a big deal at the moment. Could become more complicated. But okay. So if we were to say 2,000, just for the sake of having a number, maybe round it up to, I know it's got a round number on these machines, which would help choke the speed, but we could round it up to 10 industrial furnaces, because that's a nice round number. There you go, 2,400 a minute, 10 furnaces, 246 centrifuges, 32 pulverizers. Is it manageable? No. That would be 8 1/3 blue belts of vulcanite, so we would need a faster belt. 8 is our maximum. So at least for now, we can't do that much. Which is annoying, but okay. Just remove that, we don't need it. So we need to just reduce it probably to 9 furnaces if we want to have a round number. 9 and a bit, 21. 21, don't know. That's a bit too far. Yeah, 2160, so does 2161 go over? No. Let's just call it 2160 for the sake of it. That would be 7.5 belts, which is better. I mean, or we go until it's 8 belts of vulcanite exactly, and that would mean having 10 industrial furnaces, one of which doesn't run at full speed all the time, but it's still 10 furnaces, round number, and we put 8 full belts of vulcanite through it, which I doubt we can deliver fast enough. We can try, but it just seems a bit overkill. It does seem overkill, very much. I think actually cutting it down again might be sensible to like 8 machines, 7 belts. Yeah, but I don't really want to. What was it, 2160? Yeah, I'd rather do that. And try, and if it doesn't run at full speed because we just can't get the throughput to function, then so be it. In theory, there are a couple other things that might change my mind on this. One is having to move 4 belts of crushed vulcanite everywhere when it needs to be fed in multiple directions to be like reprocessed for the enrichment and then for the usage. That would be a lot easier if it was just 1 belt, like a lot easier. Yeah, I'm very tempted by that. We cut it down until the crushed vulcanite output of the crushing is 1. It's about a quarter. A little less than that. A little less than that. Even littler less than that, but slightly more than that. No, that's too far. 576? Yeah, okay. 7.5 pulverizers. So again, doubling that might be nice. Doubling that might be very nice. Or lots of ideas. We'll settle on one of them eventually. But the square could do the same thing twice. So this is nice. It's 2 lines in. It's got 1 line of crushed vulcanite out. Then it does the enrichment on the side, and we get 2.4 furnaces worth, creating 576 blocks a minute, which is seemingly a reasonable but not amazing number. We can set that up to happen 4 times in order to get all 8 belts out. Seems pretty good. How do I want to... Like, I want the plan to show the 4 times, or this? Probably this, so I can build it, but awkward. Doubling it would give us 2 belts to deal with, which is what I want to avoid, I guess. So this is probably it. This is probably the number to go with. It will mean some inefficiency here and there, but we'll do what it is. 8 pulverizers. We'll call it 60 centrifuges and 3 furnaces. It's not bad. The petroleum unbarreling needs a fraction of a machine. Okay. Even if we quadruple it, it's still, yeah, a fraction of a machine and like nothing. Okay. The water, even when quadrupled, not an issue. Fine. Pretty simple. Not really, but numerically, we'll do this 4 times within the square and then feed all the outcomes together into, I mean, yeah, 1 belt, but some blocks. Nice. Good. It's kind of making sense to me. The how we do it is a bit... We did it wrong before because we tried to keep everything on the belt moving and feeding back and forth. I think circuit network's the way to do it. We just feed into a buffer zone, and then when it reaches a certain point you allow the enrichment to feed out and in again. And if it's not at that point, then it feeds into making the blocks. And we try and design it to never void any of the items, because having that void just led to a massive amount of wastage. So we try and design it so it doesn't need it if we can. We are 4 hours 15 in. Quite like to set up maybe just the delivery train station, and then we'll wrap the stream up. So we're having vulcanite, sulfur and petroleum barrels delivered, and that's it. Yeah, okay, pretty simple. Good in numbers here, other than the 8 belts of vulcanite. So that's it's tempting therefore to have 2 delivery points. A delivery point that just handles the vulcanite, because it's going to be the high throughput of it, so we'll want the trains delivering the vulcanite not to be slowed down by a train delivering sulfur. So if we deliver sulfur and petroleum gas in the north, then we can deliver vulcanite in the east, because it's going to be an easy trip. They're going to pick it up from M48 west, turn around at the end and deliver it to L48 east. Pretty nice going. And then yes, sulfur and petroleum up here. Sounds good, in theory. We got any stations accepting 2 things at the moment? I think they're all bigger than that. Got them taking 1 thing. Just extend that, I guess. They're all outbound. This is 3 things. Let's copy this. It's going to copy more than I want. Let's copy this. No, it's on the wrong side. Well, we can copy this one. And I'm an idiot. I forgot to get constant combinators. That's going to go there. Yeah, good. Probably point the other direction. Yeah, because this is coming in the north. Which, usually, on the malls, we delivered west and north. Do we want to do west and north here to be consistent? Kinda do. But with... It's different. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Especially if we're trying to do the same thing 4 times, it's going to be very different. Very weird. We'll worry about that next time. That's that one. So we just want to copy whatever up here. That'll do. Paste that there. Let's build some things in, so we don't need those rows. Few bits to remember here. Got to wire everything back up properly. Appears to have not pasted properly either. They've not. Yeah, that's not right. Or am I missing? I'm missing bits, that's why. I'm missing the combinators. All the combinators. That's fine, we'll go grab them in a second. Build that lot in. Just build in what we can just in case I'm short of anything else. I think we're going to be good, but just to find out if we need more loaders or something. Might need more underground to do the actual, yeah, probably will. Okay. These robots inside, then we'll go stock up on those things we need. Here we go. Fly up there. Oh, just put that pole in while I'm here. 3 types of combinator. More undergrounds. Seems fine. Possibly more splitters, but they look like enough. I'll grab a stack just in case. Why not? One further north of here. Somewhere. Where's the constant? Where did I... Oh, I put them in here. Good. Grab that. Grab them. Grab one of them. And... some of these. That should do. Am I forgetting something? I feel like I am. Ah, yes. A little bit of the surfacing, because that arithmetic combinator wants a little bit of the dark one. Shouldn't need the light, a little bit of hazard we will need. Just keep things pretty. No steel plate found. We're fixing that soon. Hopefully. Okay, we're here for this. That should make that appear. Good. Oh, I deleted one of them. We can delete 2 of them. Well done. Here we are. What order are they used in? So the sulfur's used in one process and the petroleum in a different one. Interesting. Sulfur. Change that to sulfur and that to sulfur. Change the setting there to barrel of petroleum. Petroleum gas barrel. There. Okay. Copy that to there. Can I get clever? Wire that up. Wire that up. There, good. Then if I copy that and paste it overlapping, it will connect everything, kind of. They're joined, that's joined, but I've accidentally made a bunch of red wires we don't want. It was a good idea. Not quite right. There we go, that's all connected to there, that's connected to there. Good. So we're going to send these... don't know where we're going to send them actually. Different, because they're wanted in different stages, but we're doing everything 4 times. Just want to join them. I think we'll head to the right. It's different to what we usually do. We'll combine them heading to the right and then we'll work out where they're going and how. That I left maybe. Doesn't matter. I don't think. Let's go left because we usually do. That'll be there. That'll be there. That goes under. That joins up. Copy that lot. Paste it down. And the last one. Just double check it is the last one. Yep, good. That's fine then. That's a start. Can barrel the petroleum up here as well. Actually, maybe we should have swapped them over. So that doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. We'll work that out. Constant combinator here. Connect it with the green. And then configure the station. All the usuals. This is a requester. It wants sulfur at 8,000. Petroleum gas barrel at 1,600. Because they're in stacks of 10 here, that's right. Oh, empty barrels are going to want to feed back as well. Okay, then this is the right direction to go. We'll unbarrel and the empty ones will head out on the west, which means the enriched vulcanite needed for iridium will not come from here because we don't have enough train stations. There you go, that answers that. While we're here, let's get that little bit of flooring done. Tidy that up, give me some little hazard concrete around. It is facing the wrong way yet. Get them all facing the same way. There we go. And then we've just got the train station in the east to deal with. This one's not set up right, was it? Let's get that fixed. Red wire plugged in. Constant combinator. Green wire. Configure this. Again, all the usuals. We're done with all the weird trains for a bit earlier, but if they're working. If they're not working, we're not done with them. This is a provider. So that is good. It is now providing vulcanite to the network. These are going to head northbound. Something not quite right with them. They need the filter changing. That is a start. It's vulcanite, vulcanite, and vulcanite. Copy paste that. I think everything else is connected there. The wires, the green's in, the red's in. Yeah. Need their settings changing. That's missing that end bit. Doesn't need that because it's the first one. There we go. That doesn't go there. Goes there. With a splitter on the end. That all goes there. And that there. Good. All joined. Yep. Not with one thing, it doesn't particularly matter. There we go, it's all balanced, all joined. Do the flooring under this one as well. Now they are facing the same direction, good. Bring that forward a little bit further, like the other one. And then get the constant combinator in up here. Red signal from the pole, there we go. Green signal from the box, and this is going to be a requester. It's requesting vulcanite, which comes in stacks of 20. So it wants to be... can't quite work that out. 30... no? Yeah, 3,200, yeah. But probably will need to set that higher based on the throughput, and I'm an idiot. This is unloading to 8 lines. Not to 1. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's not the... We'll split it and balance it out after. So unload it like this first, and then after this point we'll turn it. Though I think, thinking about it, I haven't preserved that blueprint that we made way earlier in the run for the 8-lane balancing between the poles. Oops. We're going to push left. Then I want to remove one behind the splitter each time. Pull that vulcanite back in there. Copy all that. Kind of. No. I'm going to just copy the splitters. This will do the job. But each stage adds only one of them. Probably wasn't worth copy pasting. The amount I need to now remove. Oh well. That one is there. And then that comes out. That's 4 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. Becomes 5 lines. Becomes 6 lines. Then 7. And then 8. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. Join them all up. And we'll get to see here whether the circuit network based balancing on the unloading is actually allowing all 8 to run at full speed, because I think every now and then it will stop all of them, or stop 7 of them, and cause less than 8 full lines to run. So that will be interesting to see. We may have to like remove it. It's not particularly relevant if you have 8 points unloading and 8 lines running forward. We just need an 8-lane balancer and it will all run, in theory. I'd still like to have it and like to have it working at full speed, but we'll have to see that, see where it goes. I mean, we can see at the moment it's not working. The lines should be full. No. We need an 8-lane balancer here, and then it will work, in theory. We'll have to see in the future when we actually start using it, so we'll put that in and what have you. That is about all my brain can handle for a day. It's been 4.5 hours, which is the usual time. Easier ones run longer, but this has not been particularly easy. We have a good view at the moment. There we go. So today we've sorted out, finished off the production of the space capsule that goes on the rockets. Done that here, joined all that together, done the recycling bit. We'll see if that works or not when we've actually made enough of them to make a difference. You can see them sat on the belts here on the loaders. We're getting somewhere, but still we need steel to get it going full pace. We've set up the outbound and inbound receiving this end, and we've set up the outbound and inbound receiving on the other planet, the Festus. Took a trip there. Went pretty well, went better than the last time we had to go to another planet, so that's not bad going. Needs scaling up, like big time. It needs space capsules. It also needs scaling up big time. So we'll be working on that going forward at some point. Probably other things to work on, like using the vulcanite we've got, and then we'll need to scale it up before we get too far ahead of ourselves, but not bad going. And then we just started this end on what will be the processing, the enrichment, the creation of vulcanite blocks. Vulcanite blocks are then, I don't know, processed down into the pyroflux, which will improve the efficiency of all of our smelting. So once we've got them available, we'll be redoing all of our smelting cells to include it, to get that better efficiency, to get more stuff, and to create the ingots that we're already planned ahead to have. When that's done, then this arc, this project, will be sorted. And other than scaling it up, we move on to a new project, getting the orbital station updated and sorted out properly, which I'm looking forward to as well as its own bits I'm not looking forward to, but in general, I think it'll be good. Let's drop a save. Let's wrap things up. Thank you very much for joining me, everyone. Really, really appreciate it, especially when it's one pushing my brain. It's nice to know you're out there lurking away, having a relaxing time, I hope. Just chilling out as we deal with all the complexities here. We'll be back with more of this Factorio factory on Wednesday. Like usual, I don't see any reason to change anything, so we're back on Wednesday with more Factorio, continuing this, working on those things we were just talking about. I will be back tomorrow to round off the week. We'll have another RimWorld stream. which is also nice chill time. Building has been going pretty well. Got some nice new structures built in that. And surviving, which is doing okay. Hopefully we can keep surviving for longer in RimWorld. So we'll see how it goes tomorrow as well. And we'll make sure lots of people come to try the coffee at our RimWorld coffee shop. Hopefully. Ooh, Jazz is having a wiggle. Lovely. Like that one. Let's see who we can raid. Who is about tonight? Should be everyone. I mean, it's like a bank holiday weekend. Everyone should be streaming. But no one is. Or, you know, a few people. I don't mean no one. There are people around. Who's about? Who is doing something interesting? You got Pigstar doing Factorio. That's, you know, more Factorio isn't bad. We like him. Got a Boba online. Just raid Boba. It's been a while. I feel like I might just missed a bunch, but I feel like it's been a while. Some of the Gobs and Grems are online. Don't like how you can't see what game they're playing from the team view. I have to just like open all of them, then. Oh, that kind of works. And we're doing a subathon. That's worth supporting, obviously. And that's what most people are playing there. Why don't we do that? We'll go show a little support there. For the Gobs and Gremlins Overwatch 2 tournament. Sure, why not? They're good people. I like hanging out with them. And, you know, I don't hate Overwatch, I just hate Blizzard. Looks like the right person. Good start. Perfect. So yeah, as I say, thank you very much everyone, really do appreciate the support. We've had quite a few bigger streams in recent week or so, like, you know, more people around or whatever. So I was having not a rough time, but, you know, pessimistic time of low viewership and things. I don't know if they're turning around or what. They've been nice. So it's been nice to see it. So I really do appreciate, you know, hope everyone knows that when you're lurking or chatting or catching the VODs or whatever you're up to, do appreciate all of it very much. So whatever you're up to after the raid, do have a good one, and hope to see you all again soon in the streams of tomorrow or next week. Have a good one, guys.